One, two, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 2. 1, 1, 1. 1, 1, 1. 1, 2. Hello. One, one.
Okay, it's time to, oh, we don't have a clerk.
Let's go you.
Okay, it's time to get started. I'm going to call this meeting of the Lawton Water Authority to order. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Quorum is present. Business item number 1, consider approving an agreement between the Lawton Water Authority and Schoolhouse Slough Convenience Store LLC for the management and operation of Schoolhouse Slough Convenience Store and Fuel System and authorize execution of the agreement. Larry, are you presenting on this?
Really answering questions, Mr. Mayor, sir. Sir.
Seeing no questions, is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Motion for approval. Did I hear a second? Second. We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Chapman. Yes. Hampton. Yes. Uyghur. Yes. Williams.
Yes.
Warren. Hankins.
Okay, Water Authority is adjourned. Are we ready, City Manager? We are. At this time, I will call the regular scheduled meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation. And I don't have a list of who's doing that. Pastor Uyghur is going to lead our invocation and remain standing for the presentation of colors by the 3-time state champion MacArthur JROTC. Pastor?
Let's pray. Our Father, as we come before you this afternoon, we thank you for the opportunity to gather to conduct the business of our city. We thank you, Father, for each and every one here today. Guide us and direct us in the decisions to be made, and we'll give you the praise and the honor. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Amen. Now the presentation of colors. Ladies and gentlemen, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. On April the 6th, 2024, the MacArthur High School JROTC Highlander Battalion traveled to Oklahoma City to compete in the Oklahoma Drill and Color Guard Team State Championship against teams from the Army, Navy, Air Force from all across the state of Oklahoma. MacArthur High School JROTC is the 2024 three-time Army JROTC drill and color guard team state champions. That deserves a round of applause. A few more details. In the unarmed division, the unarmed drill team, commanded by Cadet First Lieutenant Abigail Benoit, placed first in both inspection and exhibition phases, and third place during the regulation phase. In the unarmed dual exhibition phase, Cadets First Lieutenant Abigail Benoit and Second Lieutenant Destiny Threat won second place. Against over 150 other Armed Forces cadets, Cadet Second Lieutenant Destiny Threat also won first place in the individual knockout drill. Selected over all Armed Forces unarmed team commanders, Cadet Abigail Benoit additionally received the overall Best Commander of Excellence Award. In the armed regulation and inspection phases, the armed drill team commanded by Cadet First Sergeant Scott Mayer won second place. In the armed exhibition phase, the armed team commanded by First Lieutenant Nicholas Godfrey also won second place. In the armed dual exhibition phase, Cadet First Lieutenant Nicholas Godfrey and Cadet Master Sergeant Ian Barrios also won second place. Additionally, the armed male color guard team, commanded by Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Aguilar, won third place overall. Let's give them a big round of applause and then sit back and enjoy the performance. Well, that was some kind of wonderful, wasn't it? Let's give them another round of applause. You're going to hand those out. We've got a little presentation, and what we have here is a mayoral citation of excellence for each of our cadets that have done such a great job, not only representing their school, but they represented the city of Lawton as well while they were there. And I think they've done a great job, and we're so proud of them. And I'm going to give a little special recognition to the young man with blood on his face. Where'd he go? Because I'm going to tell you, when things happen, the young man kept going, didn't miss a beat. And he's not in the room right now. When he gets back, we'll give him a big round of applause. I'm going to go through here and just appreciate each one of you, and then we're going to hand out citation. And then we've got a challenge coin that the city manager is going to give each of you. And thank you guys so much. Awesome. We appreciate the way that you have represented us. And not just 1 year, three-time state champion, and we're all so proud of you.
Thank you, sir.
And we're proud of you, Sergeant Major, proud of you guys. You know, the problem is they keep winning. I'm trying to figure out how do we top what we did for them last year. I don't know what we're going to do if they win again. Excuse me, sorry. All right, I want to get my picture. Why don't we have the council stand for the picture, and then we'll just all get our picture together, okay? Are we ready? You ready, mate? Okay. All right, camera's over here. Oh, we got one in the back, too, okay. All right, let's give them another big round of applause. So proud of you guys. We appreciate you. And here's Major.
First of all, I'm Major Redfern, the MacArthur Senior Army Instructor, and this is my wife calls him my work wife. And this is Command Sergeant Major Jesse Batts Jr. And we just like to thank Mr. Mayor and the City Council and, of course, the City of Lawton for providing us this opportunity, for one, to be recognized, but also to just allowing us to perform for you all. But we also have we'd like to extend a gift to the mayor, and he's given us a lot of stuff over the years, and he's given us a lot of support. And this is I actually just received these today, and so they got here just in time. And so this is the MacArthur 2023-2024 yearbook, because we do our own yearbook for our kids, and so this is solely, nothing against the school, but this is solely all JROTC events. And so we just wanted to present that to you, again, just as a token of our thank you for your continued support for the MacArthur JROTC program and MacArthur High School. And I don't want to forget Mr. Smith. I want to thank him for showing his continued support. He allows us to do what we do, and so we just want to thank him as well.
All right. I will tell you one thing that I think is pretty cool about JROTC. If one of these kids is in the hall or the cafeteria and needs discipline, they don't take them to the principal's office, they take them to the major. And I'm going to tell you, they are a great bunch of young people, aren't they? Let's give them one more round of applause. Let them know how much we appreciate you and how proud of you we are. And thank you for this.
Thank you.
Oh, and this young man, wait a minute, come out here, come out here. So I don't have anything to give you other than what they have, but I want to tell you something. The way you performed and when the gun hit you because somebody put that screen in the way, I don't know who did that, but whoever put that there kind of messed you up, and we recognize that. But what you did was you didn't miss a beat. You just kept going, and that shows real strength of character, and I'm real proud of you. Let's give him a big round of applause. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Okay, and a quorum is present. Now we move on to the Employee Spotlight Award, Brent Tilley, Public Works.
Brent, come on down, please. So if you've been driving anywhere in the city of Lawton the last couple of months, you're seeing all of the wonderful road projects that we're doing. The mayor and council has talked pretty extensively about the 40 wins for the citizens, and none of that would be possible without our amazing streets division. Today, we're recognizing Brent Tilley, who spent much of his time over the last few months going out and using his personal time to learn how to educate others in order to get their CDL license as a commercial driver's license, which is critical for our larger trucks that Streets drives. Other departments in the city drive them as well. But none of this would be possible if it wasn't for your efforts and the efforts for the Streets division. So I just want to publicly recognize the Streets division and Brent personally you. So thank you.
One more round of applause. All right, now we move on to reports by the mayor and city council. We'll start with start with the colonel down here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to kind of remind the council and also the community that as we're approaching May, we've got the annual fire symposium that'll take place the first full week of May, and then at the end of that week, kind of beginning of about the 8th or 9th, we also have the inaugural Best Red Light competition that will take place at Fort Sill. So we're going to have artillerymen and women throughout the entire active component and around the world will be traveling here to Fort Sill to take place in this first annual inaugural competition. And that'll finish up about the middle of May. And then as I kind of mentioned last time, we'll be on the approaching our summer transition and permanent change of station seasoning. So again, thanks for all the great community support, all the members that have lived here as they're getting ready to leave, and look forward to all the welcoming of the new ones. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Colonel. Mayor Pro Tem, no? Ms. Williams?
Yes, Mayor. I just like to say I'm so proud of this, seeing those MacArthur cadets. It's kind of brought back memories. When I was a cadet in MacArthur High School also, graduated MacArthur High School. Also, I just want to say I'm so grateful. I had 3 of my community meetings already. A lot of information was given out to Ward 7 constituents. They've learned a lot and they are working together. So I'm so happy about that. That's all I have, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hampton?
Yes, Mayor. As always, the farmers market. Make sure you make it out there and get you some fresh vegetables so you can be healthy. and some sweets also. They've got some good sweets. Want to just mention that Open Streets was canceled because of rain. You know, it just rained on Saturday. That was the only day it rained. But it is rescheduled. Mark it on your calendars, June 8th. That's a Saturday, June 8th. And Richard, is that 10 o'clock still that we're starting 9 o'clock? What time? 9 o'clock we're starting. Be there. And I think the police are still going to be out there. It's going to be a big, big event. And it's for the kids. So bring those kids out so they can have a good time. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, and Ms. Chapman.
Mayor, Council, I'm asking people who are driving around town. Right now, we have a lot of different road projects, sewer, water line projects going. Please watch out for others in driving and the employees and contract workers who are out there. Keep them safe and keep you safe.
Okay, Ms. Hankins? Okay, all right, thank you, guys. We'll move on to audience participation. Anyone having an item of business to present to the City Council that does not appear on the agenda, please come forward at this time. And I do have some requests to speak here. The mayor and the council will receive comments from audience members. Council may recommend to the individual or group as to what action they should take. In essence, refer the situation to a particular department or person at the city offices. Each speaker will have a 3-minute time limit. Each topic will have a 9-minute time limit, and audience participation will be limited to 30 minutes in total. And we have Dolores Raphael. She's gonna get that turned on for you.
To the Honorable Mayor Stan Booker, City Manager Mr. John Ratliff, and to this April 23rd body of the Lawton City Council. I'm Mrs. Dolores Raphael, and my legal residence within the City of Lawton is 329 Southwest 71st Street, Lawton, and Mr. Randy Warren is my council person in Ward 8. I've come here today reference to an agenda item number 241464, and I'm standing here as a member of the Lawton Fort Sill Juneteenth Committee, the one that was formed.
Ma'am, are you talking about Juneteenth? That's an item on the agenda. We'll have to wait till that item is discussed.
Okay. What I'm not speaking in behalf of it. I'm speaking in behalf of the Lawton Fort Sill Juneteenth Committee that Mr. Johnson formed, and that is not on your agenda.
And you're not going to refer to the item that's on the agenda?
Well, the item is on the agenda, but...
Are you going to refer to that item, or are your comments in reference to that item?
Well, my comments we submitted this application as well this Juneteenth on the 5th of April. And it was turned in timely.
Okay,
and
I think we need to wait. If you'll just have a seat right there on the front row, we'll pull that from the consent agenda.
All right, thank you.
And we'll let you speak at that time.
Thank you.
Okay, hope I don't butcher these names. Kesa Whitney? Whitley, maybe? Okay, and I've got your address here.
Okay. This is kind of tall. Okay. My name is Kesa Whitley. I'm the Coalition Coordinator for Western Resistance. My address is 7902 Northwest Echo Road. I'm in Ward 6. Throughout the time that I've been organizing here at City Hall, I've watched this council not only ignore the people, but gaslight them into thinking that they ever even had a chance to be heard in the first place. Where is the engagement? Where does the discourse actually happen? Because it's clearly not in this room. You're sitting here acting like the opposition you faced is late in the game, but yet from the first time the council received Richard's presentation, there have been people standing up and opposing the refinery. I watched them ask questions and share concerns about the environmental impacts, health impacts, concerns around the CEO herself, and some of her questionable practices. They shared their concerns around air emissions, lack of fence line monitoring, and many other concerns that you all ignored while telling them to trust the process and that the DEQ is going to keep everyone in check. We as Indigenous members of this community stood here and shared that we felt like the City of Lawton did not do its due diligence in ensuring that our cultural sites were respected, and yet again we were dismissed. Yet we keep showing up and demanding to be heard. Instead of legitimately engaging with us, we were assaulted with hateful words, undermining our efforts, while all of you sat in silence and let them be spewed. Then instead of legitimately addressing the issue of racism, this dais offered an apology that wasn't worth the time it took to write. Last night, Councilman Harris offered me an apology and acknowledged his wrongdoing, but what he didn't offer was any real solutions for the mental health crisis that's running rampant across all of Turtle Island, not just Indian Country. In fact, when I said that to him, he admitted, well, I don't know what the solution is. Well, I hate to break it to you all, but it is your job to know. You all should be coming forward with ideas to actually combat the mental health crisis that's facing our nation and to bring real solutions forward. So if you guys are truly apologetic, then Councilman Harris needs to resign so we can get someone in here who isn't racist and who does have ideas on how to combat the crisis that our nation is facing. Anything less is a disservice. Platitudes meant to placate us will work no more. There is not a person involved with Western Resistance who does not support business expansion. We just don't want it at the risk of the health of generations to come. We don't want consultation and fake green solutions. We want free, prior, and informed consent.
For coming. And the next one is Jenna Hadley, I believe is what it is. And I've got your address here, Miss Hadley, so you can go.
I was here last week when Councilman Harris decided to share his words that were not only racist, but also offered no real help to the Native community. I understand that Councilman Harris offered an apology to one of our members while still offering no real solutions. This doesn't surprise me though, seeing as how we had multiple people calling up here after the event, and each time they spoke to you, not only did you stand by your words, but you doubled down on them. For this reason and many others, his apology is not enough. And if this board really wants to move forward in a good way with the Native community, they will hold him accountable by starting the process to remove him from office. To start the initial outburst, I know that the statistics that were shared were based on some truth, but the ongoing mental crisis our nation is facing isn't solely an issue within our community of Indigenous people. It's an issue that all demographics are facing across our nation. The fact that you've yet to address that and have yet to offer real solutions is proof that you are not equipped to hold the seat he is in. Speaking about Harris, we don't need someone here to share their racist retort. We need someone who is coming prepared with ideas and solutions. Secondly, the council themselves owe us more compassion and humanity than they demonstrated at the last meeting, because every single one of you sat here in silence while he shared those hateful words to us. He looked right in our face and said those words, which is interesting because the Bible you all love to quote tells us that what comes out of a man's mouth is an overflow of what's in his heart. So what are you as the council going to do now that Harris has shown us where his heart lies?
Okay, thank you for coming. Okay, now I just want to point out that nobody can remove an elected official from office except the people that put him here or the courts. This council cannot remove elected officials from office. Robert Ratcliffe, we're not having a discussion. Robert Ratcliffe, cease and desist. Robert Ratcliffe, would you like to come and speak?
All right. Do you need my address, Mayor? I'll put it on the form. So,
I'm sorry?
do you need my address? I'll put it on the form.
It's on here. We've got it. Thank you.
Okay. I'm definitely going to address some more of the things from last night's meeting here about the Cobalt Refinery.
Hey, Robert, would you get a little bit closer to the mic for me? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Since you all pretty much made your decision on this is going to go forward, regardless of what the community, is supporting or not supporting, would like to know what are the water and air testing solutions as this goes forward? Is there something in place to where you can reassure our community, your community, that we're not going to be having any issues from hard metal diseases or the farmers that are south of that facility? Because as that slide yesterday showed, the aerial view, there's 3 different water runoff areas around that facility that are going south. And that goes into the farmers' fields that, these guys are down here busting their butts day in, day out, sun up to sundown. And it's been proven, and I do have references, that the cobalt actually destroys the watershed. And in doing so, it defertilizes the soil. So we're putting in jeopardy of all those farmers that are south of there, their livelihoods, their families, should any of this contamination get into that watershed. And as we said, we need to take risk. That's taking risk with people's lives and their livelihoods. And as far as how the cobalt and nickel is going to be transported to the facility, have we thought about that? Have we thought about how it's coming in? Now, I know most of Goodyear's products come in by train or truck. Okay, the mining process happens in the Congo, which means it's put on a ship and brought to the United States. What port is it coming into? How is it getting here? Is it going to be on an open air truck driving down Lee Boulevard? What kind of containment? Huh? So we're gonna, yeah. And as far as research that has been done.
Okay, sir, I'm sorry your time is up. We have a 3-minute time limit. Thank you for coming. We also have a 3-person time limit, a 3-person limit on according to the rules, and I've read the rules. Thank you, sir. You may take a seat. And we have Kenny Shelton and Jacqueline Shelton that have signed up to speak, but they put West Wind Elements. And so we've had 3 people on that topic, so we will not be able to allow those 2 in audience participation because of the rules. Is there anybody that would like to come and speak?
3 minutes per item, 3 people, so.
9 minutes.
9 minutes. Actually, we're going to go about 7.
Okay, so the attorney tells me we have 2 more minutes. So the next person on the list was Kenny Shelton. If you'd like to come forward, and you'll have 2 minutes 2 minutes?
For Westwind.
Yeah. We only have 2 minutes left for West Wind, ma'am.
Okay. What West Wind Elements is asking of the city of Lawton is dangerous and experimental, putting not only the citizens of Lawton at risk, but numerous ecological consequences as well. HonorTheEarth.org states that refining metals like cobalt and nickel has notoriously detrimental public health and ecological impacts, from releasing carcinogen pollution into the air to poisoning surrounding water bodies. The impacts of these refineries are extensive and well documented. The CDC publishes a public health statement on the toxicity of cobalt, naming refineries as one of the primary causes of human exposure to toxic pollution. Lung disease and heart failure are two of the many potential health impacts. Indigenous communities across Turtle Island and around the world are being put on the front line of these dangerous new projects. The West Wind Refinery is planned in the homelands of the Kiowa, Comanche, Apache, Caddo, Wichita, and Delaware peoples, just miles from the Wichita Mountains, which are sacred to communities in the region. Tribal sovereignty must be respected, and the Lawton City Council should defer West Wind from further activity until free, prior, and informed consent is honored between the council members and the citizens. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we do have 1 more minute. Since one of the individuals, well, generally speaking of West Wind, mostly talked about Mr. Harris, we have 1 minute left. So I believe Kenny Shelton is the one that hadn't been up, right? Do you want to come up and take a minute? Or Jacqueline Shelton? I'm not. This is, now when I say 1 minute left, I mean for West Wind.
Yes.
Other topics can be discussed. Okay, and you have 1 minute, ma'am.
I first want to acknowledge that we are gathering here today on stolen indigenous land. Continued sentiments like what Councilperson Kelly Harris said at the last City Council meeting are examples of blatant racism. Another elected official embarrassing the state of Oklahoma and the court of public opinion. The indigenous people of this land have been through hundreds of years of genocidal acts that you and I, as white people and ancestors of colonizers, can choose to not remember every day, but the ancestors of those who survived the United States near extinction of their race and identity can't run away from that. They live it every day, and people like Councilperson Kelly Harris remind them of that trauma without understanding the need for healing and respect for the land that means so much to indigenous peoples. What Councilperson Kelly Harris and those who share his beliefs obviously don't understand is that continuing to allow companies like West Wind to ruin the land, we continue the harmful practices of industrial expansion. It's shameful that the leaders on this council would have such hateful and uneducated things to say. Councilperson Kelly Harris should resign. Tribal sovereignty must be respected, and the Lawton City Council should defer West Wind from further activity until free, prior, and informed consent is honored between the council members and the citizens. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, did you get, you actually, since you were talking about a different subject than West Wind primarily, you have more time if you want.
That's all I have to say. If anyone else wants to come up.
All right. Okay, and that is all that I had sign up for audience participation. Is there anybody else that wants to speak on audience participation? I think we're about out of time on West Wind. We've got a few minutes left. Anybody want to talk? Come on up. Sir, hold on for me just a minute. What are you wanting to speak on? You could speak on Mr. Harris, but I think we're out of time on West Wind, but you can speak on Mr. Harris, okay? Okay, and I'll need your name and address, sir.
Maraweha, Nanania Lanil, Kiwi Wardy, 1719 Northwest Kenyon Avenue, for 60 years. Of course, I was born here. I'm Comanche and Kiowa, and I love what you call the city of Lawton. Why do I talk in that sense? There's nobody prouder than this city. Like I said, I was born and raised here. My dad was a prominent leader in this area, and I felt like I had to come up here because I wasn't necessarily offended by Mr. Harris's comments, but I know the Native American community very well. I know them very well. I know how we responded. We necessarily don't get angered by such things, but it's ignorance is what they have. It's okay. It's the ignorance that's going on right now. Let me finish, whoever it is. I was raised to talk more with wisdom than with emotion. They both matter. And when I speak, I think I speak when I say something, because when I speak, my father comes out to you. My father's speaking to you. My grandfather's speaking to you. I come from directly chieftain blood, Chief Wildhorse. I remember, I'm a history buff. 1867, you guys should know that. It's called the Treaty of Medicine Lodge, where we were here. We talk about we were here first. We have touched such ties to this land. The land does not belong to us. We belong to the land. And that's where I was raised. I talk from a cultural point of view. I've always have. I am a teacher. I'm a math teacher, but I won't throw any figures at you guys. Hey. And I was raised with a sense of humor. But there's these comments that he had. They bothered me because it's ignorance. They don't know. He's speaking for us. He was speaking about us. That, by the way, his issues, what he talked about, had nothing to do with the issue at hand. Nothing. It had nothing to do with the issue. It's just like a German did something and he blames the Italian. He talks about the Italians about it. It has nothing to do with the issue. He doesn't understand Native Americans. And maybe, is that our fault? We need to we're all one. I'm not better than you. You're not better than me. We're all the same. We're all the same. And apparently they didn't come out. And then nobody, I'm sorry I wasn't here when he said that, but when he said it, that's inexcusable. That's inexcusable. You know, my father was a leader in this country. He never treated anybody that way. I don't treat anybody that way. Those comments were way out in left field. Maybe you can't remove them. I understand that, you know, but maybe censor him or whatever. I appreciate the letter that you put out, Mayor Book. I appreciate that. I saw that. But you can only do so much. You can't change him. He's not here. I don't like to talk about anybody when they're not here. But then again, I was here last night. And so I didn't talk about it last night because it wasn't on the agenda. But these things, all these things, you know, we Native Americans are tied to this land. That's why we're emotional about West Wind. This is once our land, and it always will be. I mean, in a legal sense, you guys gave this concept of land ownership. We didn't have that concept of land ownership.
Mr. Pee Wee Wardy, I appreciate you coming, but we are out of time.
Okay.
Thank
I just wanted to say that his comments were inappropriate, and I think you all know that. You should all know that. But that's just my part, my small part of that. So I appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Pee Wee. Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else wanting to come forward during audience participation? Yes.
My name is Leanne Enderly, 316 Northwest 32nd Street here in Lawton, Oklahoma. I've been coming for probably about 4 or 5 months now and just kind of watching and observing. And I'm not going to say I've taken offense to it, but I think it's very, very annoying as to how some people have been acting towards the council very inappropriately when we have this audience participation. And I'd just like to go over that again for maybe those who did not pick up a copy of the agenda, and so that maybe they can not have their foot go in their mouth, and that they may be able to act a little bit more appropriately when they come to these city council meetings. It says, anyone having an item of business to present to the city of council that does not appear on the agenda to please come forward at this time. They've been talking about West Wind and Native Americans and their native land repeatedly, but that's not a new item of business. The next thing is, this is the mayor and the council will receive comments from audience. It doesn't say that they're going to converse to you about it. They're just going to receive your comments. That gives you a place to come and maybe voice your opinion on a business item. They are not supposed to respond back to the audience. A lot of people don't understand that. They're only there to receive your comments. And then it says the council may recommend to the individual or the group as to what action they should take, such as refer the situation to a particular department or person at the city offices. So obviously, if none of the council members refer you to some other city council or office here in this building as to where to go, obviously this is not where to take your problem. It's not a business that needs to come to the city council. And then it also talks about each speaker will have a 3-minute time limit, each topic will have a 9-minute time limit, and the audience participation will be limited to 30 minutes in total. So if you pick up one of these agendas when you first come in, then perhaps maybe you can talk a little bit more intelligent and not act like somebody that's just a rambunctious, loud-mouthed person that screams and yells in the audience and does not give the consideration that these people here in the council deserve. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Is there anybody else that would like to come during this audience participation time? Seeing none, I will close audience participation. That brings up the consent agenda. The following items are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. Council, we're going to pull item number 9, which is the Juneteenth item. We have a citizen that wants to speak on that. Is there any other consent item that council wishes to pull? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
Seeing none, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented with the exception of pulling 9 to speak individually.
Do we have a second? We do have a second. Please vote. Need one more vote. And the motion carries 6-0. Bringing up item number 9. Consider approving a limited event support agreement with Lawton Fort Sill Citywide Juneteenth Inc. to support a public, family-friendly Juneteenth celebration. Larry Parks and Jason Poudrier.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I am here today with Mr. Poudrier to ask for some approval of hotel motel funds to fund our city-sanctioned event. As you know, the Juneteenth Committee, Lawton Fort Sill Juneteenth Committee, has been working in the evenings to sponsor this event, and we want this event to continue to grow. However, at this time, we need funds. This year's event is supposed to take place over 3 days, and the goal is to make our event the premier event here within the state so that we can get increased travel and tourism and improve our quality of life. With that being said, we did miss the original funding request for 23-24. We have since requested for 24-25. And we are here right now to ask you to approve the funding for this event.
And this request is $25,000 from hotel motel tourism, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes,
okay,
sir.
And are they still working on the barbecue event?
Yes, sir.
Barbecue contest?
Yes, sir. We have a lot of great events scheduled for this year's festival.
Okay, Jason, do you want to say anything before we allow the citizen to speak?
Mayor, Council. I think Director Parks pretty much covered it. We know that the original permit with this committee was submitted back in February, and we've been meeting with them in order to get this planned, and we just look forward to a wonderful event.
Okay, Ms. Raphael, would you like to come up and we'll start this over? We've already got your name and address, so you could start. You can.
Okay. I was basically concerned about item number 11 as well. Item number 11 that was on the agenda, not necessarily item number 9. Item number 11, where you're...
Go ahead and tell us what you have to say, because that item's already been passed and would require motion for reconsideration. So you go ahead and speak, say what you want. If a council member desires to bring it back up for reconsideration, they can.
That's the reason I came as a part of the audience participation before the meeting. I'm a part of the Lawton Fort Sill Juneteenth Committee, the original Juneteenth Committee that was operating, and we were operating since July 2012, incorporated. But I've been a part of the Juneteenth Committee since 2008. And I was a part, and I still am a part, of the Juneteenth Committee that Mr. Apple Johnson set up as a perpetual organization. And perpetual, you all know what that means. And so I have made several calls to city council people here. A lot of them said to call my council person, and I did talk to Mr. Warren, reference to this Juneteenth Committee. Now, the Juneteenth Committee, we've operated as all these years, and the last time we operated was 2022. And I submitted an application on the 5th of April of 2024. I turned it in along with the budget and request for consideration for funding for the Juneteenth for 2024. Now, our Juneteenth event is scheduled for June the 8th here in Lawton, and it's here at the City Hall. And so that item number 11 saying that you are amending the budget, when I submitted a budget before the deadline for consideration as well, but it was not considered and it's not on the agenda. But the corporation that's on the agenda was formed on January the 24th, 2023, not July of 2012. I am a joint owner of the Juneteenth Committee. I am a joint owner on finances, and I still hold that account. And so we have received a lot of support from the original Juneteenth Committee, and some of our members are here. This is one of our presidents of that Juneteenth Committee. Reverend Darwin McHenry is the coordinator and the president for that Juneteenth Committee. He's one of the original members of the Juneteenth Committee. And what I'm asking is that consideration be given to the Juneteenth Committee, the original one that was formed, that the city has provided support for all these years. And I have a copy of the check that's 2022 from the City of Lawton to this Juneteenth Committee, to the account and the committee that I'm on. And so I'm requesting, if you're going to amend the Juneteenth budget for the 2023-24, that you amend it and consider the application that was submitted by the original Juneteenth Committee. Now, as I said, the Juneteenth is scheduled for June the 8th here on the grounds of City Hall, and we are planning for that. We've put in the permit for that, And right now, we are waiting on the sound permit for that event. But we are receiving support. We do have finances. We're not asking the city to support us for consumable items. We're asking them to support us for non-consumable items. And Mr. Johnson wishes word that would be open and free to the public, and that is our goal. And so I'm not asking anything for me per se. I don't need it. But every time I've come before the city council, it's been for somebody else. Mine is one of service. And so I'm requesting that the city council would amend the budget to include my requests for non-consumable items that were submitted on the 5th of April.
Okay, if I understand correctly, that would take a separate request. The request before us is $25,000 to, if I'm not mistaken, the organization that we worked with in the past. Is that not correct, at least since I've been here? And if Ms. Raphael, are you in receipt of her request?
Mayor, I was in receipt of Ms. Raphael's request to use a city facility. I think initially they requested to use a pavilion at Elmer Thomas Park. That wasn't available, so we offered the banquet hall here in City Hall free of charge.
Okay, and so administrative action to make that free of charge to accommodate you. And was that the limits of her request?
The one that I have seen, yes.
Okay. Okay, so it sounds like the city manager has accommodated your request with free use of the banquet space.
And the grounds, yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So I'm really not sure what it is you're asking. Sounds like your request has been fulfilled.
Okay, I submitted a budget on the 5th of April for support for non-consumable items. And I turned that in over at your finance. That's where I was told to turn it in at.
You turned it in where?
Finance, City of Lawton Finance, old courthouse.
Well, it sounds to me like this is a separate request than what we have here. And I'm going to direct you to the city manager to see what steps need to be taken to move your request forward. Okay?
How is that going to affect the item number 11? How is my request going to affect item number 11?
Well, item number 11 is a budget amendment. Item number 9 is the approval of the item. Okay? So item number 9 is the important one here, if I'm not mistaken. The budget, putting something in the budget and making a budget amendment doesn't approve anything but making it part of the budget. If I hope I've explained it correctly. But item number 9 actually approved the transaction. Okay.
So what I'm saying is my item was not included in there, and I don't understand why it was not, and it was submitted timely.
Okay. All right. If you'll have, Council, do you have any questions for Ms. Raphael? Ms. Williams, do you have a question? You look like you have a question.
Mayor, I heard you say that you asked, was that the one we're getting ready to vote on, was that the original committee that we've been
No, I didn't
supporting?
ask that. I didn't ask that. I asked who we've been supporting since I've been here, and that's been the committee that Bishop Dunaway chairs.
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir. No, sir, that's not true. In fact, this check, it's got your signature on it. 2022, this check's got your signature on it.
Well, I've never signed a check since I've been here. That's done by a computer. Let me look at it.
And Mayor, I'm just wondering if last year, did both organizations get support for Juneteenth? I don't know.
That wasn't last year, but it's got your signature on
So last year, neither Juneteenth actually made a request for hotel motel funds. The request that we got on the 5th of April was for next year hotel motel funds. At least that was our understanding. Clearly, we misunderstood there. But the deadline for fiscal year 24 request was April of last year. And so the one she turned in this week was for fiscal year 25, or this month, excuse me.
But you're, Mr. Mayor, you're amending the 2023-24 budget in order to accommodate them. And so that's what I'm saying.
Bishop, do you have anything to add to this discussion?
John Dunaway, 802 Northwest 53rd Street. In regards to the check that Ms. Raphael is referring to, 2022, that check is not a check that in accordance with what the picture that's being presented. In the past, the city of Lawton had assisted the Juneteenth effort with reimbursing the Juneteenth for funds that they expended. That's what that check is about. When I first joined Juneteenth in 2010, Mr. Johnson asked me to come and help him, and I agreed to do so. Each year, Juneteenth would get a reimbursement of certain funds. It began with $7,000. That and our finance officer, who at that time was Ms. Raphael, would submit the request to the city, and it would go through the finance department, of course, and then that committee would get reimbursed. I was the one who went to the finance office myself, picked that check up that she has in her hand. I have a copy of that as well, and I submitted that to her because at that time she was our finance officer, and that check was cashed. As I stated, I joined Juneteenth by Mr. Johnson's request 2010. In 2015, Mr. Johnson, and I have documentation to show that, asked me if I would take over as chairperson for the Lawton-Fort Sill citywide Juneteenth. I consented to do so. There are documentation that I have that shows from that point on, documentation that came to this council, to businesses and other entities in this city, has my name listed as the chairperson for the Lawton-Fort Sill citywide Juneteenth. 2012, Mr. Johnson left us. The committee, when Mr. Johnson left us, voted that I remain as the chairperson. I'm the chairperson even until this time. Ms. Raphael is no longer the finance officer because the board of directors, which we never had a board of directors, in 2020 to 2022, we instituted, 2023, we instituted board of directors, and that board voted and asked and thanked her for her participation, and we brought forth a new finance officer. But that's what that check is all about, Mayor Council. As stated by our department directors, we have been working, we have a 3-day event planned, and we're excited about that. And we want to thank you. We're inviting yourself and all of our citizens forward for support. Thank you.
Okay, just a minute. I got a question for you. Were you involved, in the last 5 years, have you been involved in the Juneteenth program at the Patterson Center?
Yes.
Your committee has been running that?
Yes.
Okay. If you'll step to the side and but hang close, Ms. Raphael, were you, and your committee is apparently separate from Mr. Dunaway's, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And have you been involved in the last 5 years in the city-sponsored event at the Patterson Center?
Yes, sir.
Every year for the last 5 years, your committee's been
I've
involved.
been there since 2008.
Has your committee been involved for the last 5 years at the Patterson Center?
Yes.
Now, how were you both involved? Doesn't
Okay.
appear that you're working together.
Mr. Mayor, here's the incorporation papers where Bishop formed that new corporation on January the 24th, 2023. Right here. This is the incorporation showing when that INC, he incorporated. This is when Mr. Johnson incorporated.
Okay,
Right here.
committees don't take incorporations, and I know he's had a committee, so I'm not concerned about incorporation. If you would have a seat a minute, I want to talk to the council.
Okay.
Council, what do you want to do here? Mr. Warren?
Well, I want to stay out of this. Okay, now, I didn't get that law degree that my mom always wanted me to get. But to me, it sounds like, just from a council point of view, we have public funds that we're trying to figure out how to distribute. And we've got two organizations that have basically the same mission. And I'm just going by what has been presented here today. To me, it sounds like a civil matter. To me, it sounds like they need to, one way or the other, determine who has the ability to present requests to the city of Lawton or to the state of Oklahoma or to whoever it is in order to accomplish something. You know, as a council person, to me, it's difficult to serve two entities and try to accomplish the same thing. It's not a lot of wisdom. It just feels to me like that there needs to be some kind of clarity made about the organization, and because we can't support two organizations to do the same thing. I wouldn't think. Mr. Acting City Attorney.
So it's redundant, Randy. I mean, Councilman Warren, I understand exactly what you're saying. It's redundant to the extent you're giving money from one organization to the other organization. Also, if that were to happen, you know, it's really a council decision. But I concur it's best if these two organizations can work something out amongst themselves or join together to do a unified Juneteenth. Would make it simpler for the city. But the issue before the council at the moment would be it's item 9. It's, do we want to approve this support agreement for the one entity or not? Your options are essentially, you could vote to approve, you could vote to disapprove, you could maybe table it till you know, the next council meeting. We have a special council meeting coming up next week, see if the organizations can come back with something at that point. Those are some options I'm thinking of off the top of my head.
What about last year? Did this not go through the Chamber of Tourism last year? And what organization did the Chamber work with? Do we know?
I think that the chamber worked with Bishop Dunaway's organization last year.
Is that correct? Yes, sir.
This came up last year, and so if we don't make a decision, it'll come up next meeting or next year or whatever. So what we have is 2 Juneteenth, and we probably, for a city this size, we need to collaborate our efforts. And I would, and it's not on here to vote for one or the other, but if we don't decide, it's going to happen next year again. And I know that we had a great turnout last year at the Patterson Center, and the year before. I've been every year so far. So, I mean, that's a very successful one that is asking for the money and has good attendance, and that's what we want, is good attendance coming into the city and seeing our collaboration. If I can, how would that be?
Are you
worded?
making a motion to approve?
Yeah.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second? We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Need 2 more votes. Need 1 more. Who has not voted? Ms. Williams. You having a problem with your machine? Okay, you do. So this motion passes 6-0. Ms. Raphael, I don't know what to tell you about your request. I guess you need to get with the city manager. It sounds like the timing of your request throws it into next year. I think that's what I heard Kristen say. And, but this item is passed and we're moving on. Joe Painter, what item did you want brought up? Okay, we're moving number 25 up because we have out-of-town presentation. So item number 25, discuss plans and specifications for engineering project PR 2310, East Side and Lee West Park improvements, Phase 2, and provide direction to staff. Joe Painter.
Mayor and Council, we've got our whole team here. We got Mike Jones, who's the project manager for this. We have, of course, Director Parks, who this is for his parks. And we have Daniel Smith, who's the architect who's been working on these projects for us. It came to our attention that we maybe had a different idea than what the council may have wanted for these splash pads. We had been heading down the road making the Lee West and the East Side splash pads identical to Elmer Thomas Park. And we wanted to get some input from council on what your thoughts were on the appropriate size for the splash pads. And Daniel can answer any questions you may have.
You haven't already done some work and proposals. You're just asking for general guidance.
But we've gotten quite a ways down the road we were right at construction plans for those splash pads.
All right, I think let's let Mr. Warren start because he's the Lee West guy.
Here's my 30,000 foot view of a splash pad. I think that the one that is in Elmer Thomas Park is awesome. I think for a major city park, it's great. It's expansive. It's beautiful. It's adorned. How about we use that word? When we start multiplying these splash pads, in my mind, when we started talking about that, I'm thinking about some splash pads that I have seen in Colorado and Texas Panhandle and down in the hill country of Texas, where if you're not careful, you might walk onto one and not even know it because it's just part of the park. There are some controls that the kids can use to turn it on and off and things of that nature, but there's no fence, there's no brick pillars. It's minimal in its visual impact, I guess, is the best way to look at it. Basically, what we're wanting to do is to give the youth and some of us adults someplace to cool off in the summertime when it's 114 degrees in Lawton, Oklahoma. and there's no reason in my heart of hearts to spend $1 million to do that. I think the more of them that we can build over time for the lesser amount of money is a better deal. We've got a lot of parks that we weren't able to get rid of that we might be able to use for splash pads someday if we can figure out a way to do it less expensively. And so I guess that's really my overview of it. I just feel like, you know, if we can get some splash pads that squirt water and cool people off and, you know, aren't ugly, but they don't have to be the Taj Mahal of splash pads. I had an architect tell me one time that the reason that some of these buildings have multiple, and I know this isn't buildings, but in my mind it's kind of the same avenue. The more materials you have on the face of a building, the more it costs, which means the architect makes more money. And so I'm not trying to cut your bottom line there, but I feel like I would rather build eventually someday 10 splash pads that are usable by the public than to build one Taj Mahal splash pad in our neighborhood parks, because that's what we're really looking about is kind of regional neighborhood parks rather than the big city show place as you come into town.
Let's talk about size.
Size-wise, I may have started a little bit of this problem, and I'm going to admit to it. At one point, I think Councilman Hampton and I were talking about it and trying to find a place for the Matty Beal splash pad. I just went on Google Maps and grabbed Elmer Thomas splash pad and dropped it, and it fit. And so that was, to me, a good idea of will it fit? Not whether we should actually do that, but would it fit? I think smaller, I think we could probably go half the size of Elmer Thomas in these other parks.
Now, it seems like the one in Ranch Oaks was 800 square feet, is what somebody told me. Is that?
That's correct. 600.
So is that right?
Yes,
800 square feet?
600
It's a neighborhood park. Well, it's a more than a neighborhood park. What'd you say?
He said it was 600.
600. So is 600 to 800 square feet reasonable?
And I think so. And Elmer Thomas is like 2,800 or
3,800.
3,800. So I'm thinking 1,000 square feet.
We'll kill it, okay? Now, we also talked the other day about the ones in Oklahoma City at the Merritt doesn't have anything above it. It's just jets, and it has some kind of pattern to keep the kids guessing where it's coming out. But it's just jets in the floor, very low maintenance, not much there for vandalism, no fence. Is that what you're looking at?
And no need for supervision. I mean, we need adult supervision. We need to be sure that parents understand they should be coming with their children and overseeing the children. But we don't want to have to hire a lifeguard to go and stand and watch kids play in a splash pad.
Okay, and now Lee West, we need to do some parking area, but when it gets to East Side, we don't want to build parking. We want to utilize the parking that's there. If we create a parking problem, we'll address that when that happens. We're trying to keep costs low because we're running out of money real fast here. And what else?
Well, I was just going to touch on the parking at Lee West. Perimeter parking is fine if we can move it up off the street and do some on maybe the east side and the south side. I would like to keep in mind that someday we might want to do that road up through and, you know, not do it now, but kind of keep that in mind when we're designing. But I think perimeter parking on the east side and on the south side will suffice for now. It'll get everybody up off the street, and that's the big problem out there is that everybody's parking along those streets, and the people that live there. I drove down there the other night just to see what was happening, And there was some poor guy coming home from work. I mean, you could tell by looking at him that he worked really hard all day long. And he's like doing that 47-point turn to try to get into his driveway because there's so many cars parked around.
Ms. Williams, have any input here? Mr. Uyghur?
I think, again, the idea to keep in mind is to keep it scaled down so we can stick it in a lot of these neighborhoods that have nothing. And especially with the children, I'm thinking of in the south part of town here, where they're limited on what they have access to. And so we want to make sure that we get splash pads in those areas for all of our children.
Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm visioning one of those tractors, water sprinklers, and the kids jumping through, just getting wet, you know. And I think that the mayor brings up a good point. When I see those water features, and I think, to me, they're water features in towns where the water just kind of shoots up and the kids are looking around and people are getting wet, that they're kind of a decorative feature, but they're serving a purpose also to get people cooled off. So I don't know that that it has to have the elaborate buckets kind of pouring around and that stuff. But we have put ourselves in a predicament to where we don't have anything hardly, and something quick, easy, that's going to get people wet and cooled off is of order, I think, right now. Thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Chapman.
Could you speak to how the restrooms are going to be looking? I mean, are we talking about like kids zone, the restrooms there, or are we talking about a porta potty?
I'm not sure if I am familiar with the kids zone, but
Okay.
no, they'll be built restrooms. I mean, they can look however you want them to look. They're really a convenience. They're not required by code at these locations, but we would want them just for convenience of those patrons. But they would be accessible for families.
And in addition to the parking that Councilman Warren was talking about, and we want parents to come and supervise for sure, are there going to be benches or any kind of seating on your drawings, or do they bring lawn chairs? I'm just trying to think ahead about how this is looking for the future parks also.
That's kind of the input we're trying to gather from the council, is exactly what kind of amenities we're wanting. And then there was a question of, do we even want restrooms? So we had proposed restrooms and parking, but we were thinking, you know, splash pad and some benches and park benches and maybe some shade areas, but.
Okay. Ms. Hankins.
I was just going to say, it's kind of hard to talk to us because most of us are from the age where when we went on a vacation, we packed a lunch, we pulled over to the side of the road and ate the lunch out of the trunk of the car, and that was just wonderful. So, you know, we're kind of old up here.
Okay, so I'm not sure if that means no seating or no restroom. You just want a splash pad. Okay, just a splash pad. We can sure do a lot more if we do it that way. But I think we already have restrooms at East Side.
I was going to say, the one thing I would add is that keep in mind with the restrooms, even if we build originally small on Lee West, let's build one that can be expanded, because we expect to expand Lee West Park in the future, and we also expect to expand East Side Park with more ball fields and stuff in the future too. So keep that in mind. Something that we could expand. You know, maybe have a 2-room to start with, and then something we could add 2 more rooms on or whatever.
Now, is this all clear as mud?
That's exactly what I was about to say. I think maybe what's appropriate is that we go back and do a little bit of work and bring back a concept and see how that hits everybody, and then we can proceed to design plans.
We want everything, and we don't want to pay much for it.
I understand. Home Depot for a sprinkler, right?
And just in case we run into a budget issue, the restroom out there could be an option that we do if the new CIP passes, and we believe it will. And so just structure that so that that restroom is an option. And we already have restrooms in the east part. As many ball fields as we have, I'm assuming there's restrooms out there. Okay.
Because one of them didn't work and we had, I think our staff went out there and fixed it.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
And you can bring something back if you need to, but we are in a hurry, and to me, we were clear as mud. Okay?
Yeah, do you know about how long it'll be approximately before we hear back from you?
Well, yeah, we'll have to go back and update the design and can bring it back. So, yeah, a few weeks.
Thank you.
Are you done? Thank you, guys.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, now we're back up to 18. By the way, we're striking item 19. Item number 18, consider adopting a resolution declaring the structures located at 1406 Northwest Williams Avenue to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lawton City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance. I forgot your name.
Josh.
Josh, that's what I meant.
I appreciate it. Thank you. So this one come back from last month. The 1406 Northwest Williams has inactive water account since 2019. We're still unknown about that fire date. Just a view from the inside of the house, missing ceiling. You can see the outside light coming in. We good?
Josh, have we already done the public hearing on this at the last council meeting?
Yes, I believe so.
And I believe so. This is a legal action.
Charlotte says
Charlotte
yes.
says yes.
Yes, we held the public hearing and it was actually closed at the last council meeting. It was tabled because the property owner was unable to be here due to health reasons. And so, but you guys can allow her to speak, allow them
Okay.
to speak if
Okay,
they're
I'm
here.
going to do that. Are you through with your presentation?
It's the same presentation I brought last month, so if you want me to run through it, or
Yeah.
you want me to
I
run
want
through
you
it?
to run through it.
Okay, that's fine, I can. So continue on with this, but right on the side of the house, busted windows and smoke damage coming from the top. More busted out windows, damaged windows. Siding damage, more smoke damage coming from the vent. And more likely where the fire was, had started, fire damage, holes in the wall, missing windows, and a view from inside of that window. Posted on this property March 13th. Any questions?
Councilor, any questions? Okay, Myra Chavez, if you'll please come up. And is this your property?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we've got your address here. I'll pass it down. You can go ahead and start speaking.
Yes, sir. So thank you for your time, and thanks to Josh and Denise. They have been wonderful assisting with this. I've had some health issues, but I'm better now. So thank you all for allowing me to speak. Essentially, the goal here is to see if we can salvage the property, to have investors come in to rebuild this property because it does have a lot of sentimental value to us. This property was purchased by myself and my ex-husband, which passed last year. So the goal was to get it fixed, and we like Lawton. We had friends that lived here. They just recently moved. And we want to see if it's a possibility or if we can seek an approval to continue with this. This property is under probate due to my ex-husband's passing last year. And we want to see if there's anything that we can do to continue to move forward with this. Because the goal is to allow the investors to come in if we get it approved, so that way they can rebuild the property and then we can repurchase it from them. Because as of right now, we don't have the actual funds with everything that we've gone through with the passing and all that stuff. So we wanted to see if we can seek the approval and if you guys can allow us to go ahead with that.
Now, why was it we delayed this?
She wanted to be here for this. She was unable to make it last month, so we let her come over.
And I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, on one hand, I hate to tear something down in probate, but this is a public nuisance. On the other hand, is there an assigned executor that is in charge of actions during this probate period?
We've got both of the lawyers working, so there's two parties. My ex-husband remarried, and so his wife was supposed to be here, but I'm not sure if she made it. So we've got lawyers working on this, and they can also speak on our behalf if needed. And we're based out of Dallas, so I know that we've received a couple of notices and things of that nature due to the property. We had no idea the fire had happened. And we actually found out until we received a letter, which was, I believe, early April. This was late March that we received a letter.
And when was the fire?
February the 6th.
Ma'am, did your ex-husband die, did he have a will or did he die without a will?
So he did not have a will. We divorced and we were very good friends still. We were great business partners as well. And everything that we had, we have many witnesses and all that stuff. So the agreement was to fix the property and because it did have a lot of sentimental value. So we married really, really young. And this was the goal that we wanted to do to, of course, purchase something like this, rebuild it, and then continue on. And this was the first purchase we did together. So
Understood. So because her husband died intestate, it'll be an administrator, not an executor, for the probate.
So is there a probate action on file in a court in somewhere?
there is. Yes, sir.
And who is the administrator of that estate?
That, I don't have that with me. It should be, I'm horrible with legal matters and things of that nature, so excuse my ignorance on that. But I don't know if would that fall under the lawyers or the owners?
Well, I don't want to get into a big legal discussion here, but generally if someone
Understood.
dies without a will, as the city manager has indicated, and there's a need for a probate, then an action is filed in a state court, and an administrator of the estate is appointed, and that administrator is the one who handles the affairs of the estate until the probate is finalized. And so apparently it's not you. This is an issue with your ex-husband. And you have an ownership interest in this property, correct?
Yes, my name is under my name is still under the property.
So if as long as the notice was proper and would been who the owner is of record in the county treasurer's office, and that was done, and apparently she was here now, she has notice, the council, it's really up to the discretion of the council if they want to proceed. If they believe this is a public nuisance, it would be up to the council, or if the council wants to defer and allow more time, that's also the option of the council.
My guess is the council's going to put it on the D&D, and
Okay.
I want you to understand what that means. You will have 6 weeks, right, to pull a remodel permit. Then you have to show improvement every 30 days to keep that permit. Now, from the pictures I see, this is a public nuisance, and I would guess the council's going to put it on D&D. You'll have 6 weeks to get with the administrator or whatever the legal term for this person is, and see if you can't get something going to keep it going in the direction you're wanting, okay?
Okay.
And Josh is there to help you through the process any way he can, but I want to please don't wait till the last minute. Things never work out when you push the time limit, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, council, do you have any questions for this owner?
I would just make a comment, I think, because I feel, I don't know, I feel Bob Shanklin wanting to say something, because we used to run into this a lot. We haven't recently, but you do realize that, have you rehabbed a lot of buildings or because here's what's going to happen. In the best case scenario is you're going to get a building permit and it's going to cost $200,000 to rebuild that structure, because you can't go in and fix the electrical. You have to bring the electrical up to current code. You have to bring plumbing up. You have to bring all that up. And you need to know that up front, because, as the mayor said, you don't want this to come up the last day. I literally have had citizens in my office while the demo crew was at the house wanting me to try to figure out a way to stop it. And it's, at that point, it's too late.
Okay, legal's recommending that we table this for 30 days and let them make the connection and make sure what the legalities really are, since we're aware of the death. So can I get a motion to table for, to the first, second, the equivalent council meeting, whatever?
Second.
Who made the motion? Okay, Mr. Uyghur, and we have a motion and a second. Please vote. We're voting to table. And you'll be working with the attorney, okay? And the motion carries 7-0 to table. Thank you. Thank you for coming. 19 was struck. We're moving to item 20. Consider approving a redevelopment agreement by and among the City of Lawton, the Lawton Economic Development Authority, the Lawton Fort Sill Economic Development Corporation, and Fisher 59 Properties LLC for the development of a distribution center within the Airport Industrial Park. Rich.
Yes, Mayor and Council, I appreciate you letting me speak to you all on this item. I also appreciated the youth that you had up here this morning, this afternoon, doing their exhibit. My son, when we moved here, was actually in the MacArthur Junior ROTC program for 1 year, and it was good. Yeah, there it is. And I also appreciated you talking about neighborhood parks and you know, as opposed to just big giant regional parks. That's my homage to, because I'm actually inherited the Fit Kids of Southwest Oklahoma. Anyway, and the reason I'm mentioning all that is because that is why we do this. That is why I do this job, is to try to help the youth of Lawton have a better community and make it better. That's why, I'm sure that's why you all do it as well. I think we're all on that same team, and that's what industrial development, and that's why we work so hard to get some, right, to get it done. On February 13th, you all approved a term sheet on this item between the city, the LEDC, who's the current property owner, and LEDA, who manages the TIF funds on the project. And you know, in this agreement took a little while to get done. Kim and I burned some midnight oil on this one. Definitely earned our keep on this one. But we now have before you an agreement that is agreed to by all parties. More or less, it's the same as the term sheet. They're still investing $16 million on the property to build a building there. Still the same property they're purchasing from LEDC. The public improvement estimate is stayed at $1.6 million, although there's a pretty good long section in here about, you know, if ever during that process they determine that the cost is more and they have, you know, reasonable evidence that the cost is more, they would bring that back to council, and council would be reasonable on how they considered that. So, but you're not bound to approve anything. You're just bound to be reasonable. But the big change. So there is 60. We're retaining 60 current employees, adding 30 more over time. So this is a good it's not a giant project, but it's a good project for us. However, the difference in the term sheet between then and now is that this agreement has the average wage at $48,000. They wanted to be a little more conservative on that since they're going to be held to it, and the original term sheet was $60,000. Other than that, I believe we have an agreement for the same thing. And just to remind you all, the proceeds of the sale of the property that the LEDC receives goes to the city to pay a portion of that 1.6 million of those improvement costs. That money, goes out. I mean, actually, when after the city council accepts those improvements, so you now accept these public improvements, and that's all you're paying for is those public improvements. Once you accept those, that money would be provided back to Fisher 59, and then the TIF district activated, and then over time we would pay back both the city and LEDC. Very similar to what the current PepsiCo project. We just got the first annual check on the PepsiCo project, and we're going to start remitting those funds. And so it's probably 7 to 8 years of property taxes will be collected in order to reimburse you all, and then you're back to neutral. So is there any questions?
City Attorney.
And I think Richard did a very good job with the explanation. And so Fisher 59, they are saying essentially their initial cap they're saying is 1.6 million for the public improvements. They don't know if it's going to be a little bit more or a little bit less. It may go up to 2 million. So there is language that if it ends up going up some, that they'll bring back that to council timely, and then council will consider it, and it will have to do a good faith consideration. So they're kind of expecting us to approve it. We can't just arbitrarily deny the request. That was their fear because of inflation. There could be more cost as this dragged out a little bit. Also, they requested an opinion from council as to I think mostly the debt limitation, because we're signing this in this fiscal year and it could go over in the next fiscal year, and that we are encumbering the money. Our economic development attorney, Economic Development Center, Dan Batchelor, he's agreed to provide that opinion to Fisher 59, so that is a change. But other than that, I think Richard covered everything.
Council, do you have any questions? If not, can I get a motion?
Agreement using the 2019 CIP fund.
Okay, I'm going to get you to repeat it with your mic on.
Motion to approve the redevelopment agreement using the 2019 CIP fund.
And we do have a second. Motion to approve and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Need one more. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item number 21. Hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution declaring the structures located at 106 Southwest 18th, 110 Northeast Arlington Drive, 201 Northwest 3rd Street, 215 Northwest Arlington Avenue, 307 Southwest Washington Avenue, 401 Southwest Summit Avenue, 504 Northwest Bell Avenue, 510 Northeast Patterson Avenue, 1209 Southwest 23rd Place, 1816 Northwest Arlington Avenue, 1901 Northwest N.H. Jones Avenue, 2110 Southwest N.H. Jones Avenue, 2322 Northwest 38th Place, 2410 Southwest G Avenue, 2417 Southwest J Avenue, to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lawton City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance. Josh.
Thank you, Mayor. 106 Southwest 18th Street, inactive water account since 2021, no active permits as of this morning. You can see this house all the windows are boarded up on this residence, except for on the back side of the house, we do have broken windows. We've got a missing foundation down here on the bottom, and onto a secondary structure. We're looking at damaged siding and more damaged siding going all the way around that building. different secondary structure on that property is unsecured, damaged siding, and just missing siding. And on the other side, just holes in the side of that structure. Posted on his property April 10th. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 106 Southwest 18th Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Come on up, sir. And we'll need your name and address, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you for listening to us. My name is Romildo da Silva Ferreira, and I bought the property at 1209 Southwest 23rd.
Josh, would you adjust the mic a little closer, please?
Sorry.
Are you speaking on 106 18th?
No, I'm speaking about.
So this one right here.
Okay, sir, this public hearing is about 106 Southwest 18th Street. We will open separate public hearings on each address, so when you hear your address or see your address up there,
Okay.
you know we're going to open it.
Well, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on 106 Southwest 18th Street? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Yes, Mayor. Just to let my constituents know, Ward 5, I go by and take a look at each of these properties. If there is interest, then I encourage you to call me and talk to me before it comes to council. And with that said, I move to approve a resolution declaring this property and the structure on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize abatement thereof as set by the resolution.
I have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Uyghur,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Warren, Hankins, Harris, Chapman, Hampton,
Motion carries. Bringing up 110 Northeast Arlington Drive. Wait a minute. Says Arlington Avenue there. In the agenda item, it says Arlington Drive. Where's the attorney? Does that disqualify this item?
It does.
Okay, this item is disqualified and it'll come up at a later time. If there was anybody here on 110 Northeast Arlington Avenue, this item has to be redone. Okay, that moves us up to 201 Northwest 3rd Street. Josh.
Okay, sorry about that. 201 Northwest 3rd Street. It's a secondary structure. No water account was found on this property. No active permits as of this morning. We'll go back to this first picture. And a lot of siding damage, a little up close, more towards the bottom, siding damage. We have broken window sills or windows, big hole in the roof. We'll get you an extra look right here. A hole in the roof on that structure. Broken windows in the upstairs, nothing that we would be able to secure. More siding damage. This one actually kind of bows out a little bit, and cracks in the foundation, so possibly could have foundation issues. Posted on this property April 10th, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 201 Northwest 3rd Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this address, please come forward at this time. Please give us your name and phone number, sir.
Dennis Keplinger, 260-450-8185.
Okay, and what do you have to tell us?
I purchased that property 2 years ago. There's a duplex right next to it. I own the duplex. I was unaware of this. We will tear that down.
Okay, you're going to tear it down?
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. My guess is the council will go ahead and put it on the D&D, but you can save yourself quite a bit of money, I think, by tearing it down yourself, okay?
Yeah. My property management, 3 Key Realty, they'll take care of that.
All right.
Mayor, it's 30% at the landfill gate, so 30% off the gate fees.
Okay, very good.
Did mention
Help
that
you
to
out
me.
there. Thank you. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward on this address? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Yes, I'm glad that's clarified because the other property does not look bad on here, and I didn't want to make any mistakes and tear both of them down. With that said, this secondary structure, I approve a resolution declaring the structure on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set by the resolution.
We have a motion? Second. And we have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Oh,
Just one question, Stan. The dumpster, to put that in, can I put that dumpster on the grass?
okay, we're going to let you get with the staff on that,
Got it.
okay? And please vote.
Got it, thanks.
Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries. Bringing up 215 Northwest Arlington Avenue. Josh?
All right, 215 Northwest Arlington Avenue, inactive water account since 2019, with a fire date of January 11, 2022. This property right here has had vagrants in and out of it for the past couple of years. We do have broken windows to both of these windows. Right here, especially on the left, top left, we have soffit falling down and falling down soffits all throughout the right side of that structure as well. And that whole side was also missing the trim except for this one little spot. I do have cracks in the foundation, possible foundation issues, roof damage. We do have a secondary structure on this property as well with busted out windows and the siding damage on top there. And this right here is also connected to that same structure. It's just a frame. Posted on this property April 10, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 215 Northwest Arlington Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this address, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Yes, Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set by the resolution.
Is there a second? We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Motion carries, bringing up 307 Southwest Washington Avenue. Josh?
307 Southwest Washington Avenue, an inactive water account since 2023. No active permits pulled as of this morning. We do have missing siding on the trailer, and missing skirting. The roof has blown off onto the side of the trailer. Another view of that roof right here. A view from inside one of the windows, clearly see daylight, and a better view to see that roof damage. We posted on this property April 10, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 307 Southwest Washington Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this address, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Second? We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Harris. Chapman. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren. Hankins.
Motion carries, bringing up 401 Southwest Summit Avenue. Josh?
401 Southwest Summit Avenue, inactive water account since 2022, with a fire date of April 26, 2022. We have damage to the ceiling and over the porch, as well as over the front door as well. We're missing trim. There's roof damage. Rotted window sills on both of these window sills. This is in the back of the property. I'm not sure if it was just an add-on. It's pretty much just a frame. A better view of that. The property is unsecured and hole in the siding. And this door has been kicked in, and vagrants have been in and out of this residence as well. Posted on this property April 10th, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 401 Southwest Summit Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. And sir, we'll need your name and address, please.
You got it. My name is Jeremy Rhymes. I live at 1702 Northwest Oak Avenue, Ward 1. I do have a proof of sale, like we've got a contract signed and everything on that property. We got it from the county. Had intention of moving in, and there was just too much work to do. Because we did bring the electricity up. I also have a Johnson's Electric showing that we paid them $5,000 to put it underground and bring it to the house. The house still needs electric, et cetera, et cetera. We also put the fence up. I noticed there weren't any much pictures of that nice cedar fence we added. That was another $4,000. So we've got a little money. We don't have the money to do what needs to be done with it. And so we finally found someone who could buy it. It took us a while to find a buyer. 3 more months, it'll be theirs, and it'll be their problem. So between now and then, I guess that's up to y'all.
Okay, so you're telling me you have a contract for sale?
Yes, sir.
With a closing date of what?
Closing date. Oh, we're waiting on the lawyer that's doing this is doing we had what are those titles? Quiet title. So we tried to do it ourselves, which is one of the reasons why this took longer. But now that the lawyer's doing it for us, $1,000 is going to be done. The judge is going to sign off.
Didn't we recently pass a policy on this, John? Didn't we recently pass a policy on if something's under contract?
We did.
And what was that policy?
It was either a 30 or 90 day. We didn't. We considered it.
We considered it, but we never brought it forward.
Did you bring it to council and it was rejected, or what?
No, we were still discussing in-house, and then Tim had gotten another look at it, and he had decided that he wasn't sure if he was comfortable bringing it forward.
Okay, it hasn't, okay.
Would
you end your contract to the city attorney, please? I mean, city manager. He's the only attorney up here at the moment. I don't know what's going on, but is that a valid contract?
It certainly looks to be.
Okay. All right, just hang tight.
Okay.
Is there anybody else that would like to come forward and speak on this address? Okay, council, do you have any questions for this property owner? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Council.
Yeah, I went by this property and I could tell that some work was being done on it. That fence is really, really nice, and it kind of secures it looking bad in the neighborhood. And it even looked like the roofing was okay. I mean, that part of the whatever that is on the front of the porch.
Roof. It's the porch roof. It's flown up on the regular.
Yeah, it didn't look like it really belonged there because it right. Looked real nice. And I kind of figured that somebody would be coming to see this. And I don't know. I would like to give this an opportunity to be fixed because of the amount of money that's been put in it already. And it is actually has had some improvements put on it that I could tell. But that contract is what 3 months from now?
Yeah, it was. They asked for 90 days to wrap everything up on their end.
Okay,
and I
with
think
that being a real, what would I do here? Am I to table, or would I?
No, we've closed the public hearing, so you're tabling, and you table it to a date certain, 90 days.
Yeah, 90 days. I make a motion to table this for 90 days until. Is that going to be enough time for the contract to close?
My wife tells me that's what they asked for. That would be great.
Mayor,
okay, an extension could cause you a problem. I'm going to tell you that.
Okay.
We have a motion for table.
Can I just have a few minutes to look at this before we?
You bet.
Shall I sit down? actually doesn't know. It has the things rebuilt on top of it, but it needs, we'd have to redo the plumbing and electricity. I think Texas. I have a contract. I couldn't tell you more. But yeah, like it does seem like it's never in state. I think properties in our state are just a lot cheaper than other states for sure. Like easy, yeah, like even beat up. It's the land that is so scarce over there. Here we have plenty of land. Yeah, we bought this because the morning of the auction, we'd never been to an auction. Like most of those, well, actually, we had compiled a list of 20 plots or land, acreage, instances of acres that were on the auction list. And that morning, a bunch of people came and paid some taxes. And they were gone, so we had nothing that we understood or knew about on our list. We actually eliminated that. We forgot we eliminated that off our list because of the back. But we needed somewhere for our family. Yeah, we started working right away, and we ran out of money and realized we weren't going to be moving in. And once we realized that, it was a matter of. It did. Too long night. Right. Yeah. Yeah, the bones, we had people looking at it, buyers and stuff. They said the bones were good. The back just needs to be torn down. The foundation looked okay. So we were just going to build bigger because we have a big family. I was going to put a second story in that and just kind of continue that back. But it didn't, this is how it ended instead. That chair is a friendly addition from apparently a wandering stranger.
That chair has been there for a while.
Yes. I was like, I don't want to move it. I don't know who put it. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, it wasn't there when we bought it.
Yeah, it's made its way from the driveways of Vaughn.
Someone is getting some use out of it. Maybe, hopefully it's the neighbor and not, maybe when they fight, husband comes over and sits on the porch. Yeah.
Okay, I'll just do that. This is way above my head.
So it should really just, it shouldn't
Okay, put that.
Okay, Mayor, Council, so looking at this with Charlotte Brown from Community Services and the city manager, it does appear there's a contract it's executed to sign with the closing of around June 15th. So recommend the council table this to the second regular meeting in June to see if that occurs and we can take action or consider action at that time.
So moved to table.
Is there a second?
Second.
Williams. Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Hampton. Uyghur.
Motion carries. Bringing up 504 Northwest Bell Avenue. Josh.
At 504 Northwest Bell Avenue, there was no water account found at this residence with fire date of December 1st, 2006. There's a view from the front porch, because you can see daylight through that. We do have rotted out pillars on the front porch as well as roof damage, missing siding. The back part of the house, we do have missing foundation under that back area and more roof damage. Missing siding on the bottom, cracks in the foundation, possible foundation issues. And posted on this property April 10th, 2024. As of this morning as well, there's no permits pulled on this property. Questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 504 Northwest Bell Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this address, please come forward. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Motion carries. Bringing up 510 Northeast Patterson Avenue.
All right, 510 Northeast Patterson Avenue, inactive water account since 2013. No permits have been pulled as of this morning. We do have roof damage on this property, as well as missing trim and siding damage. Another view of roof damage. We have siding damage, as well as a hole in the side, back side of the house on the bottom, and unsecured structure, boarded up windows. This is actually going to be a secondary structure on the property, which also has roof damage, boarded up windows, siding damage. Closer view of that roof damage to the secondary structure. Siding falling off, and trim damage and siding damage on the back side of that secondary structure. Posted on this property April 10th, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 510 Northeast Patterson Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, this address, please come forward at this time. Come on up, sir. And please give us your name and address.
Nelson Hendricks, 509 Northeast Patterson. I have talked to the owner of this property, Mr. Walls, and he has informed me that he is planning on redoing this house. He lives in Texas. This was his parents' house, and he do want to keep it.
My guess is, sir, that the council's going to put it on the D&D list, but he will have 6 weeks to pull a remodel permit and work directly with Josh to get that accomplished. And if you would relay that to him, we would appreciate it. Is that all you have to tell us, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this address? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council?
Move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Motion carries, bringing up 1209 Southwest 23rd Place. Josh?
All right, 1209 Southwest 23rd Place, inactive water account since 2021. The fire date February 23rd, 2021. But this house does have, trim damage on there, as well as roof damage. Looks like this part was fixed up, but we do have gaps that are leading to the inside of that residence. The side of the house where you can see the extensive fire damage. As well as on the back side, you can see through the attic area to the other side of the house, as well as the siding damage. It's another view from the back side of the house with siding damage. And on the opposite side, more siding damage as well. Both on this property on April 10, 2024, but it also does, you can tell the above the plywood, the more smoke damage, as well as the big hole to get inside of that residence. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1209 Southwest 23rd Place. Anyone wishing to speak on this address, please come forward at this time. Yes, sir. Please give us your name and address.
My name is Romildo, and I have a house at 1504 Taylor here in Lawton, but I live in Dallas. I purchased this property. I purchased a couple of properties, getting that dream of remodeling, and this is my first time doing this. Hopefully to be successful. So I was able to remodel the one on 1504 Taylor, and it looks pretty good, and it's right now for sale. And I just recently did a quick deed on this property in question. I just asked that an extension be given. I just found a buyer for this property and have a quick deed on it. I'm just asking to help the lady that purchased the property, if you guys can do an extension. She's going to build. She's going to build on the property.
Okay, do you have a signed contract?
I do, but I left it in the car. I mean, I can.
You don't have it with you?
I have it in the car. Yes, I just came from the place. It's in the car. And I apologize for having forgotten, but...
Okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to... Okay, we're gonna hold this public hearing in recess to
Yes,
give
sir.
you time to go get your signed...
Yes, sir. And if I had the money, I would do it myself.
Okay,
I'd keep it, but
okay, we're going to hold this public hearing in recess to give you time to go to your car and get your signed contract.
yes, sir.
We're going to do another address or two while you're gone.
Very good.
When you come back, as soon as we're through with the item, we'll open this public hearing back up. We'll look at your contract and we'll go from there. Okay?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate
Okay,
it.
so this public hearing is recess. Okay, and we're going to move on with 1816 Northwest Arlington Avenue. Josh?
All right, 1816 Northwest Arlington
Ma'am,
Avenue.
were you wanting to speak on that previous one? Are you a neighbor or what? Okay, well, unfortunately, I've recessed it, so you'll have to wait. I thought you were coming up for the next item. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Josh. 1816 Northwest Arlington.
1816 Northwest Arlington Avenue is a secondary structure and active water account on the main structure since 2021. As you can see with this secondary structure, the carport is on the ground. We've got multiple complaints by neighbors and businesses that people have been sleeping under that fallen carport. It's another view. This carport garage area does have siding damage, a hole in the side in the siding, and more siding damage on top and on the back of the garage. Posted on this property April 10th, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1816 Northwest Arlington Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this address, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Yeah, yes, Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring this structure on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Chapman? Yes. Hampton?
Yes.
Uyghur?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Warren? Hankins? Harris?
Motion carries, bringing up 1901 Southwest NH Jones Avenue. Josh?
All right, 1901 Southwest NH Jones Avenue, inactive water account since 2015. We do have a broken window, as well as a rotted door frame. A closer view to the bottom of that door frame where you can see to the bottom of that trailer. Missing skirting to the back side as well. More rotted door frame the top of that, the door. Posted on this property April 10th, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1901 Southwest NH Jones Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, please give us your name and address.
My name is Denise Hedberg. I live at 1916 Southwest NH Jones. That place was purchased like 25 years ago by me and my ex-husband when we were married at the time. And we only used it for storage, to store things that we had to store when we evicted other tenants that we had. And no one has ever lived in it since we got it 25 years ago. When my ex-husband died in 2015, I had to sell almost everything I owned to pay the mortuary to take care of his body. And I didn't have any money left to fix that place up. He didn't leave a will. His name's on it. I was told by a probate attorney that I should just pay the taxes and keep the yard mowed on it and do what I can with it. I guess I have to pay the taxes on it for 15 years before I can have my name on it. At that point, I was going to sell it. Somebody could fix it up themselves. It's already been 9 years. The window that was broken, I secured. The doors are secured. I've never had anybody get into it. I've never had any problems with it. No police calls on it, no anything. And I'm just doing what I can. And I don't know what you would do with it if you order me to take it down. It's not in my name. I'm living on Social Security. I'm disabled. And I've just been trying to keep it up until I can get it in my name so I could sell it. At this point, I can't do anything with it. So if you order me to take it off there, I can't. I don't have the money to. A friend of mine told me that they knew somebody that would take it out of there for me if they could keep all the recovered recyclables off of it. But I haven't located them yet. The first I heard about that there was any even problem with the place was when I got the certified letter in the mail saying that I had to come to the hearing today. Other than that, I didn't know there was an issue with that place at all.
I'm wondering why you got the certified mail. Do you own the land?
See, when my ex-husband and I were married, we bought that place. When we divorced in 2013, it went back into his name only. But we had both bought it. We all took care of it. I mean, I maintain all of the property.
Was the certified letter in your name or
No,
his?
it was in his name. The house is in his name. But I've been maintaining them since. I mean, when my husband died, we were still friends, considered ourselves married, but we had other reasons we had to get a divorce. And so it got put in his name.
All right, so I'm processing everything I'm hearing now, but what I'm hearing is your husband passed away in 2015.
Right.
That's 9 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
We've sent notice as required by state statute to the address, the owner of record, the address
Where I live. yeah.
where you live, and you're here.
Right.
Ultimately the question becomes: is it a dilapidated property or not? And as long as our notice is proper, it would be up to the council's purview if they want to declare this dilapidated or not.
Well, what my question is, if you declare it dilapidated, which it's definitely not as bad as any other of the other properties I've seen, but it has been, like I say, we didn't use it for anything but storage. No one's ever lived in it.
So
I really don't care about the building. If you tell me to tear it down, I can't do it. I don't have the funds to do it. And I wanted to keep the property. That's why I've been paying the taxes on it and mowing the lawn. If you tell me to tear it down, then I can't. I would default on that. You'd take the property, and then you all would have to mow it and pay the taxes.
So let me respond. So if it was declared a public nuisance today, you would have 30 days or 6 weeks, I guess it's 6 weeks now, to pull a permit to either remodel or demolish it. You're saying you can't. So
Well, I've been trying to find
Hold on
that guy.
just a minute, ma'am.
So if you don't do that, then it would be at the city's option then to go ahead and abate the nuisance, which the city would then contract someone to tear down the structure and clear the structure.
Right.
And you're right, the cost would be assessed to you, and then ultimately, if you didn't pay, it would go on the land, and then it would be similar to a tax deed.
Yeah, right.
lien. And so that's the process. The city wouldn't just take your land or take the property away
Well,
from you.
yeah, I understand. But my thing is, if how long do I have to find somebody to take that out of there?
So if it is declared a public nuisance today,
Mhm.
you would have approximately 30 days, or is it 6 weeks now? 6 weeks?
30 business.
30
business days. 30
Okay.
business days to pull a permit and to essentially find someone to remove the trailer.
And if I can't,
If you can't, at the end of the 30 business days, the city would have the ability then to summarily abate the nuisance.
so you'd put like a lien on the property, in other words, is that
Well,
what you're saying?
ultimately, what would happen is if the city abated it, the city would hire someone to remove the
Right.
structure. Then the cost would be submitted to the city. The city would bill you for the cost. And if
Well, bill the
and
owner,
if-
you mean?
Well, no, we would initially, I believe, bill you, but if you didn't
You're
pay.
going to bill her, she doesn't own anything.
Oh, that's right. So you're right. Same
You're
thing,
billing
yeah.
the owner,
So we'd
right.
be billing the owner who doesn't own it, and then it would essentially after that would get put on the property. Yes.
Okay.
Council, do you have any questions?
I'm confused because we're having a 15-minute discussion about a piece of property that the owner's not here, and the owner can't be here, and the only thing that we can do as a city is declare it dilapidated and move on with the normal process, because as much as I would probably want to allow this person to be able to keep that and do whatever they're doing, that's not our deal. Our deal is whether or not it's dilapidated.
Yeah, see, if it was in my name, if I didn't
Okay,
have to
hold
wait
on
so
just a minute,
long.
ma'am. Hold on just a minute.
If we determine that it's dilapidated, that's an action between us and the deceased owner of the property. Now, to me, it seems like there's got to be a better way for this person to assume that property than to wait 13 years or whatever I don't even understand that, but we can't.
Are you talking about adverse possession?
Yeah,
That
the
concept?
neighbors can't wait until.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, this is between the council and.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for this individual? Okay, ma'am, I think we understand your position. If you'll have a seat, the council's going to discuss it, and if we need to ask you questions, you'll be handy. Is there anybody else that wishes to come and speak on 1901 Southwest N.H. Jones Avenue? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council.
Mayor and council, with the deceased being the legal owner still, is that correct? As I understood that, then if that is going to be billed to the deceased, the lien would go on the property. The property then, if the property taxes wasn't paid, would then go up to a county sale?
A tax sale,
A tax sale?
yeah, after 3 years.
How does that, I guess my question is, how is this, if it's in the deceased name, how does the deceased, how are we, you can't bill them.
You can't, but if the property goes through probate and, depending upon the court's decision, they can issue what's called an administrator's deed or an executor's deed, and they can say, hey, this person now owns the land.
Okay.
But it has to be probated. And I don't know if that has occurred here, even though the decedent has been passed away for how long?
9 years.
9 years, yes.
Thank you.
So if the lien goes on the property, it goes sheriff's sale. Anybody else want to make comments, or is there a motion?
I just, would it possibly be a better deal for us to do this? Put a lien on the property, and then she can purchase it at a sheriff's sale?
I don't think she has the funds, I think's what she's saying.
Well, no one's gonna buy that piece of property. Nobody's gonna buy a lot here in Longview. It's better that I own the lawn and pay the taxes than you do.
I think at the end of the day, the question before the council is this a public nuisance? Ms. Williams, this is in your ward. What are your thoughts?
It's a public nuisance.
Would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I will. Motion to approve resolution. Move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Hampton.
Yes.
Uyghur.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Warren. Hankins. Harris. Oh, sorry.
Motion
stepped
carried.
up.
Oh, I'm
Chapman.
sorry. We're good now?
Yes.
Motion carries. We're going to reopen the public hearing on 1209 Southwest 23rd Place. Come up, sir. And do you have your contract? Give it to the attorney.
It's the quick claim deed. Exhibit to deed. So this is an exhibit to the deed.
Do you have your you said you had the property sold.
We're under contract. You have it under contract.
Got this for now. She's gonna pay me 1,500 in 15 days.
To the city of Lawton.
That's part of the legal description. Sunset, third edition to the city of Lawton.
This is the lady, I guess. Honduras passport number, she's not a citizen. So we don't know if it's paid.
Okay, so this is a contract for deed,
Yeah.
which I'm not even sure are legal in Oklahoma, are they?
Contract for deed? I think they are. Yeah.
That's how I bought it.
But you're selling it to her. When is she supposed to pay this? On one, oh, so she's supposed to pay it by the end of May, it sounds like. So if we wanted to move this one to June, the second meeting in June, it'll either be done or not, and then we still have a public hearing open. too.
Well,
We have a lady
okay,
over
this
who wants to talk.
address, Southwest 23rd Place, what ward is that? 5? Okay, so he does have a legal contract for
We
sale.
have a citizen here who wants to talk about this one.
Oh, we do have another citizen, ma'am. Would you come on up and tell us what you want to tell us? This is on 1209 Southwest 23rd Place, right?
Yes.
And what would you like to tell us, ma'am? Sir, if you'll just have a seat, we'll be right with you.
My name is Shannon Kofer, and I live at 1207 Southwest 23rd Place. There was a fire on the property, and a gentleman did die. And the property sat for quite a while until this gentleman bought it, and I have absolutely nothing against him, but the property has sat for a very long time with no movement. We have now, from recent storms, with part of the building coming off, we had to actually, when the fire happened, we had to pay to have our house redone because it caught our house on fire. And they did not have insurance on the property. So that cost us money. Now we have a cracked window in the back from debris coming off of the property. We've had snakes from the grass being this high, increase of mice. The cats, there's probably 15 cats that live under there. They get into our trash cans. If you look out our bedroom window, you could see directly through the house. And I know when this gentleman bought the property with good intentions to remodel it, now does not have the funds. And so if he sells it to somebody else who doesn't have the money, I mean, it's just this kind of like an effect that keeps going. And this house, we have 4 very small children that live directly behind the home. And there is a lot of traffic that goes through there because it goes straight through to a huge open parking lot. So it is, I would just like to see something done with it. And I don't think it can be rebuilt.
I sense your frustration. Do you believe this is a public nuisance?
Pardon?
Do you believe this is a public nuisance? It sounds like
Absolutely.
you do.
And
Okay.
it's public nuisance, and it's,
Okay, do you have anything else you'd like to tell us?
no, sir.
Okay, is there anybody else that would like to speak on 1209 Southwest 23rd Place? Okay, sir, do you have something else you want to say?
I just want to say that when I bought the property, I had all the intentions to repair the property and everything. But I bought 2 properties. I bought one at 1504 Taylor, and it's beautiful. We bought it, terrible. Exactly, yeah. And so the property at 1504 is right now up for sale. And this one, I found a buyer. And I'm here basically to just ask to give the buyer the opportunity to build on the house. I simply don't have the funds.
We understand that. We're going to hear from the attorney on the contract, okay? Is there
Yes,
anybody else who would like to come forward and speak on this address? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Attorney, do you want to say anything?
Unless the council has a specific question, I'm okay.
Okay, Mr.
Yeah, I just consulted, and I guess money has been exchanged. You've exchanged money already. I want to go ahead and table this property until May 28th to ensure that contract is fulfilled and keep an eye on it. If it doesn't, if she doesn't, the new owner doesn't take care of this, we'll abate it quickly.
We have a motion to table. Is there a second? We have a motion to table and a second. Discussion or debate. Excuse me. Table to May 28th. That's your second? Okay, yes.
Just a quick question of staff, I guess. Even though this house is in the middle of being sold, the new purchaser has every right and ability to come and pull a permit to remodel that, correct? Anybody can pull a permit. The new owner can pull one. The contractor off the street can pull one. Anybody can come down and pull one.
Correct.
So,
Okay, thank you.
That is correct. In looking at I'd say the contract for sale, it looks like some of the funds have been exchanged, but all of the funds aren't due until May 21st. So I don't think it's all completely gone through yet.
And so your point was that it could go ahead and be placed on D&D. The new prospective owner could go ahead and get their permit. Is that your point?
What we try to do up here is move these along. They've been sitting for many years, many times, a lot of years. And so the most expedient way to do it would be to go ahead and put it on the D&D now If the new owner is really invested in doing something with it, he'll come down and pull a permit for whatever it costs and move on. If not, then we don't have to do this again.
And so that's not going to go anywhere unless you make a substitute motion or ask for an amended motion.
Could you amend your motion, or I can make a substitute?
I still stand.
I'll make a substitute motion that we didn't, I don't have it to read. I'll make a substitute motion to approve this resolution declaring the structure on the property to be dilapidated public nuisance, authorizes abatement thereof, set forth in the resolution.
Do we have a second? We do have a second. We deal with the substitute motion first. The motion is resolution, put it on the D&D. Discussion or debate? Yes.
So how long do they have? It's like 6 weeks to pull the permit. Will this sale be finalized before
Yes.
then?
Yes, May 21.
So is somebody going to let the new owner know, hey, the clock's ticking? Who lets the new owner know the clock's ticking and you got a week left?
Seller. It's the seller's responsibility. He owns the property.
Okay.
Any further discussion or debate? Please vote.
Harris. Chapman.
No.
Sorry, I thought that's. Hampton.
No.
Uyghur.
No.
Williams. No. Warren.
Yes.
Hankins.
What was that count? Five noes?
No.
No, I think we have
5 no's, 5 no's.
5 noes. So the motion fails, and we deal with the original motion to table to May 28th. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Harris.
Yes.
Chapman. Hampton.
Yes.
Uyghur.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Warren. Hankins.
What was that count? Okay, motion carries, and we move on. That wore me out.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick
We
question?
move on to 2110.
Can I ask a quick question?
No, sir, that agenda item is over, but you're welcome to
very
talk to John, the staff member, off to the side.
Thank you, John.
2110 Southwest NH Jones Avenue. Josh.
All right, 2110 Southwest NH Jones Avenue, inactive water account since 2011. No active permits pulled since as of this morning. We do have cracks in the foundation of the walls, roof damage, more roof damage as well. We do have a addition onto this property that looks like it is splitting away. More towards the middle of the side, you can see bowing of this this wall. More cracks in the side as well as holes on the bottom, and more pulling away from the side of the structure. We have a big opening under the back door, and more holes in the side. As property does also have a storm cellar as well. Posted on this property April 10th, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 2110 Southwest NH Jones Avenue. It is Avenue, right?
Correct.
Anyone wishing to speak on this address, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Motion to approve resolution, move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated, public nuisance, and authorize the abatement thereof is set forth in the resolution.
Do we have a second? Did I hear a second? Second. We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Hampton.
Yes.
Uyghur.
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Warren? Hankins? Harris? Chapman?
Motion carries, bringing up 2322 Northwest 38th Place. Josh?
All right, 2322 Northwest 38th Place, inactive water account since 2014. No active permits pulled as of this morning. As a view on the inside of the house, that shows vagrants have been getting into this residence. It is unsecured and the house is just trashed. We do have the brick wall pulling away from the house as well as missing bricks. Soffit damage. For trim damage, missing soffit, missing trim, and siding damage. And we've got on the other side more soffit, missing soffit and trim. The back door was secured. That wood has been pulled down, and we do have your screen door damage. And on the opposite side of this residence, we do have boarded up windows and roof damage, and just a better view of the roof damage. Posted on this property April 10, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open a public hearing on 2322 Northwest 38th Place. Anyone wishing to speak on this address, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Have a second? We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Uyghur?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Warren? Hankins? Harris? Chapman? Hampton?
Motion carries, bringing up 2410 Southwest G Avenue. Josh?
2410 Southwest G Avenue, inactive water account since 2014, the fire date of June 14th, 2023. This house has been on our radar for a while as vagrants in and out constantly. We do have broken windows on the top floor as well. Back side of the property, as you see, that back decking is pretty rotted, falling apart. Unsecured door up top as well. A view from the back window shows the smoke damage that is in that room. We do have some roof damage on both sides. We do have a secondary structure on this property as well. We do have missing trim. It's unsecured. And the garage, no garage door on it as well. Posted on this property April 10th, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open a public hearing on 2410 Southwest G Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this address, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Williams? Warren? Hankins? Harris? Chapman? Hampton? Uyghur?
Motion carries, bringing up 2417 Southwest J Avenue.
Right, 2417 Southwest J Avenue, inactive water account since 2019. Two different fire dates, going to be September 5th, 2023, as well as November 21st, 2023. This property I've tried to bring quite a few times. Every time it seems to sell, and that just doesn't happen. As you can see, it's just a full burnout all around that structure. Posted on this property April 10th, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 2417 Southwest J Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this address, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Council?
Yes, finally, I want this house gone. I move to approve resolution declaring the structure on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Warren? Hankins? Harris? Chapman? Hampton? Uyghur? Williams.
Yes.
That agenda item wore me out. Okay, we're done with 21. Moving to 22. Hold a public hearing to receive any citizen recommendation or concerns for the upcoming FFY 2024 Annual Action Plan, AAP, and approve a draft version of the FFY 2024 AAP that includes public service organization, PSO funding recommendations. Gary.
Yes, sir. This is our annual action plan presentation, and Joe Painter asked me if I would keep this short, and then he bumped me, and I'm not sure about my obligations at this point, but anyway, I put a couple of items on your desks earlier, and pretty much the bigger item, that the page that had the draft annual action plan on it, that's the main item, and it's pretty much like the prior years. And the unusual thing about this year is usually we get our funding letter from HUD in February. We haven't received it as yet. It's unusually late, and I don't really know the reason in it. It's kind of worrisome to me. I don't know the federal funding, you know, all the things that are going on in Congress and all of that stuff, but the funding usually is just slightly higher than the year before, so basically I've set the amounts based on last year's funding. So all of that is based on last year's, so the amounts are going to be exactly as last year's. This does include the public service organizations and the recommendations made by the City Planning Commission. The public service organizations are the same as last year, except for Great Plains Improvement Foundation is gone. One of the new organizations is All About Understanding. I think you guys have seen presentations by Glenn Gatlin before. And so we have the same number of organizations, and the funding is set at $12,500 to keep it under the max is 15%. I think last year I did $12,500 and some odd amount, and I learned about using odd amounts. It doesn't work as well, so even amounts work better. The CHODO set-aside amount is a minimum of 15%, so we use $67,000 for that. The $67,000 is a pretty safe bet to be the minimum. And a CHODO's a mandatory item, and we haven't really used our CHODO money since 2017. So there's a backlog on some money in there. Part of that was because of COVID. A lot of our CHODOs kind of quit working during COVID. We actually received a pretty good idea from Councilman Harris the other day, and I think we've got a plan to move forward and get some ideas on how to spend that money and get some housing started in that realm. So that's a good plan. I also put a sheet down on your sheet for the Section 108 loan. The 2024 fiscal year is going to be the last full payment that we make on the Section 108 loan. So in 2025, 26, we'll make a partial payment on the principal, and then all the rest of the payments on that Section 108 loan will be out of the Betty funds. So that'll be the last coming out of the HUD funds. Let's see. I think the H.C. King Center should be getting off the ground next Monday or Tuesday, hopefully. I think I highlighted on the sheet the program income for CDBG, the item that I brought before you on April 9th, the NSP funds that you okayed. It'll go into the CDBG as program income, and then I highlighted the $60,000, which is a low amount for exterior improvements, but that's where that $140,000 will go into that exterior improvements portion, and it'll also probably help with emergency repairs. I think I had on the slide sheets, I had the past grants and the different amounts for past years. Are there any questions? Anything? Anyone?
Ms. Chapman.
When we don't have the HUD allocation yet,
Yes.
money, we can't allocate the money then unless we have it, correct, or not?
Well, what we do is, or what I pretty much set the amounts as close as I can to what they are, and then when they give us that fund, I just roughly go as a percentage of that. You know, just set them per your guidance. They're going to be really close.
Gary, what all can the Chodo funds be used for?
General funds?
The Chodo funds.
Oh, the Chodo funds? They're just for Chodos. They're Chodo set-aside funds, and that's pretty much all they can be used
Could you
for.
explain that, Chodo?
I'm the least expert on Chodos, but they're community housing development organizations. So what they are is the Chodos that we had agreements with were Lawton Housing Authority, Great Plains Improvement Foundation, and then Habitat for Humanity. Those were the three Chodos that we had, and Great Plains is gone. Chodo, it's federally funded, but the organizations, I guess, I would call them federal, I guess.
So Gary, what exactly are you asking us to do today? I see we have a public hearing planned. It's been to CPC. They've had a public hearing, but can we even do anything, or should we even?
Approve a draft version.
Yeah, approve a draft version, but should we even be doing anything if we don't know from HUD if we're getting the money yet? What's
Well, you know you're getting the money, but I mean, I guess you don't know the exact amount.
Would we have to have another public hearing and go through the process again anyway?
Well, I guess that's a good question, but what has happened in the past, like last year, what you approved was a draft annual action plan. I mean, at that point,
Let's keep going. If we've done it before, let's just keep going unless the attorney rules us down.
Help us out here.
So this is just so that we can get the amounts set in our budget. We won't get the final federal dollar amounts until after the city budget's approved. And so what will happen is when that's done, we'll adjust our numbers to reflect their numbers. So this is to help set numbers in place so that we can get everything taken care of on the city side.
Is this, and this is commonly how it's done?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, let's keep going. So Gary, my question that I ultimately wanted to get to is, it seems like last year when we went through this, I remember there being money for improvements in low-income neighborhoods such as sidewalks. Was that Chodo, was that something else?
No, that was actually, we were doing that with old funds. That was
Okay.
leftover funds. That was we had the sewer lines and we had a sidewalk project.
Is there
And
any old funds left?
The answer is no.
Thank you.
I can tell you where they went.
That's all
right. Okay. Okay.
Mayor, me now? Yeah, so we're getting money for the kitchen at the King Center then, to fix
Yeah.
that kitchen, definitely. Our RSVP, used to eat lunch there every
Right,
week.
right.
And I would really like to see that kitchen fixed. So do we have like a date or anything once we get the money to? Well, I can't hear her. I can't hear her.
Apparently her husband's the contractor doing the work, so
I still can't hear her.
they just have to sign the contract. They have to set a date to sign the contract.
Okay, but once that's done, how long will it take? Do we know?
I don't know, but Mark did the requisition this morning, and Christie was working on the MOU, and it should be within I don't want to speak for Bobby's wife.
Well, it's fine. The retired personnel, I really use that facility, and I'm just excited that it's getting
We're
done.
hoping to get it done very quick.
Thank you, Mayor.
I break it every time.
Okay.
Seeing no questions, I'm open the public hearing to discuss the 2024 Annual Action Plan draft proposal. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, I close public hearing. Council, can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second? Second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Is that it? I thought that was the old one. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bringing up a break. 1 minute. Okay, we're starting back up. Item number 23, hold a public hearing and consider a resolution amending the 2030 land use plan for the city of Lawton from residential high density to commercial for the property located at 3116 Southwest J Avenue, Lawton, Oklahoma 73505, and take appropriate action as deemed necessary. Cameron.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. This is an amendment to the land use plan and a rezoning request. The rezoning request will be handled under item 24. This is located off of J Avenue, just east of 38th Street. As you can see, the parcel of land is currently vacant. There was some houses that have been torn down, so the land is currently vacant. Jesus Rodriguez Contreras is the property owner who has requested the rezoning and amendment to the land use plan. The proposed use for the property is 2 private soccer fields and a 1,000 square foot concession stand. There will be a one-way entrance into it and a one-way exit onto Southwest J Avenue. There is an OPEG screening requirement to the east, and that is listed on the site plan, as you can see. This is a binding site plan because the zoning to the east is residential, and to the north, I'm sorry. The land use map currently is residential high density, with residential high density to the east, residential high density, low density to the north, professional office transition to the west, and industrial to the south. The proposed land use would be commercial. This was noticed to 28 property owners within 300 feet on April 1st, I'm sorry, and posted in the Lawton Constitution on April 6th. This did go to the City Planning Commission, where a public hearing was held on March 28th, and they recommended approval of this request 8-0.
You have any questions, Council, before I open the public hearing?
Mayor, Council, how is this property, is he giving soccer lessons? What, do you know what the use of the property is going to be?
It's going to be an intended use is just a privately funded soccer field that will be privately maintained. They'll be able to do, hold soccer events and soccer games and soccer tournaments and things like that.
Will there be lighting also?
At this time, there is no proposed night lighting, no.
And
Mr. Harris.
how many parking spaces do they have?
So right now, it is required 4 parking spots. One of those is being a handicap spot, and those will be the, as you can see, closest to the concession stand. The remainder is additional parking provided.
And do you feel that's enough parking spaces to have 2 soccer teams?
That it's just what is required by code. The only thing required by code is the concession stand to have the parking spaces.
Okay.
No more questions, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Come on up. Okay, and we need your name and address again.
Eventually, you're going to know me. Leanne Enderley, 316 Northwest 32nd Street. Looking at the map, where it says 37th, 36th, that way, right there on J Street and 37th, on that east corner is my very first rental property that I bought. Still own it, and that has always been a vacant lot for the 12 or 13 years that we've owned that property. And there was always a guy that would come with a big, I don't know what you call him, a brush mower or whatever behind his great big tractor, and he would always keep it mowed down, never much of a problem. I have a couple of questions is because I got one of those letters because I'm within 300 feet. And one of my questions is, why do they have the address as 3116 when it is directly across the street from 37th Street? And my next question is, going back to whoever it was, Mr. Kelly Harris, was saying about parking spots. It's like if you're going to have 2 private soccer fields, and the way I looked it up doing my questions, calling up and asking, is it was going to be for like little small kids. Well, guess what? Those little small kids don't drive, but their parents and their grandparents and their aunties and their uncles, everybody's going to come and watch them do those little soccers. There's not going to be enough parking of just those few little places that they have there. And the rest, I believe, looking at the map, it's really kind of hard to see it because it's so teeny. But it looks like, I guess the rest's going to be gravel for parking. I'm not sure.
I don't think they're allowed to have gravel, are they?
The proposed is gravel at this time for the additional parking spaces that would have to go through the Board of Adjustments for a variance request and be approved to do that as gravel. Right now, the required parking spaces are going to be paved. But the additional overflow parking that they're proposing right now is gravel, but like I said, it'll need to go through a variance process.
Because it's not required, it's allowed to be gravel, is that what you're saying?
No, sir, it's not allowed right now. They'll still have to get a variance for the gravel.
Okay. Now, your concern is on parking. Address, I don't know what to tell you. Addresses don't always line up.
Yeah, looking at the map where they're going to have the entrance and the exit, it's going to be right across the street from my front yard property.
Mm-hmm. Did you go to the Planning Commission?
I was not able to go to that because I was out of town and I could not make it to that meeting, so that's why I was not there. And so I was glad when I got the next meeting that it was going to be here.
Okay, okay, let's see
And
what
so I was hoping
Christie's,
to be able to bring that up at this time.
let's see what Christie's wanting to say. Don't run off.
The address is what the applicant submitted it under. Since there has been no building permit actually issued yet, we will address the correct address when we actually apply, issue a building permit, get that all switched there. But this is just what the applicant had provided.
All right.
Mayor.
And so your main concern is parking
Well, yes, because
and
that's-
entrance and exit.
that street right there, what if there's not enough places for people to park, then they'll be parking on the street?
Yeah.
Another question is, if you come from 38th Street, if you're looking at the map, and it's kind of a little bit of an incline of a hill, and if people go, okay, it's going to be 3116, and I just came off of 38, they're going to go clear down to the other end, which is where this elementary school is, and there's a church there, and then also the funeral home there, that intersection there on 27th, and then they're going to have to turn around and they're going to have to come back, because to me, I think the address is totally.
Okay, what was
Mayor,
CPC recommendation on that?
I just want to, so for the issue of this address, I would add that the
correct legal description is in the resolution.
Okay, so it's correctly identified legally. Okay, thank you. So what was CPC recommendation?
The CPC recommended approval, and I did want to mention real quick on the number of parking spots. Currently, our city code says permanent seating. Since there's no permanent seating provided in this site plan, the only thing we had to base the parking requirement on is the concession stand. So that's just something in the city code that we'll have to address at a later point.
Okay. Okay, do you have a question for this?
Well, I'm
'Cause we're in the middle of a public hearing.
Well, I'm going to address something that she's talking about.
Okay.
That's the parking.
Okay.
There is another building. Can you put the picture up, the Google map? The building right to the east of that is a dance studio right now. This is in my ward. Is a dance studio, and if you look at the grass to the side of the dance studio, there's not supposed to be any parking. But that's where people park when they have a dance recital right there, and it gets very, very dusty. This is right in the heart of one of my neighborhood watch groups, and they complain about the dust all the time because of that. So I think it's a very valid point that's being brought up in this area over here. I mean, there's probably, I'm sure they're going to try to keep grass in that area, but this is on top of a hill. And so the water runoff the water just runs off there, so it doesn't stay wet. And it's like this all the time, and they complain all the time, and also they complain about the parking there because they park in the street to pick up kids during school time. J Avenue is full of cars because they're waiting to get in line to pick up their schools, because if you've been to Cleveland School, there's hardly any parking over there. Matter of fact, the teachers and people in Cleveland School park into the church parking lot across the street. So there really is a big problem over there that this constituent is talking about, and that's parking. And the part of that parking issue is that all the dust and traffic congestion that happens there. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor?
No, that was pretty good.
Mr. Mayor, I have one question.
Thank you. Yes.
So to be clear, your concern is not only what we discussed, but they will be parking in front of your house and possibly blocking access to your renter's house.
Actually, they can't park in front of my house because as soon as you turn onto 37th Street, there is the mailbox, so you can't park in front of it in so many feet either way. And then right after that mailbox, after the legal amount, is their driveway. So that's part of the problem there, is people are swinging around that curve all the time because, like I say, J Street is such a busy thoroughfare, and so they're not going to be able to park in front of my rental property, but along J Street, all along there is going to be a hazard. And then I'm not sure if there's going to be problems of people trying to go in and out of 37th Street if there's cars parked along that street. I'm just thinking, can they have more parking spots so that everybody that comes, I mean, I'm totally for they're going to do something instead of leaving that as a vacant lot, but can they make it so that people can park there?
Okay, we got it. Is there anybody else that wants to come forward and speak on this? Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Council,
I will say
more questions or comments?
The council is, allowed to, make if there's a condition that they'd like to put on this, we will more than happy, follow that, and pass that along to the owner.
Is the owner here, the applicant?
I don't believe so.
Okay, council, what do you want to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, I would like to see, and if we have to change something here on council with policy or something, I'd like to see something about parking in these residential areas like that when they adjoin these kind of quasi-commercial things. And I think there's a public safety problem here, because if there's all those cars parked there, you got little kids running around in between the cars, is really, really troublesome for me. And also, if we're going to put these soccer fields in, I don't know that there's any policy on them keeping the property up and making sure that,
Since it's not an agriculture zoning, they would still fall under the same
Yeah.
maintenance codes that neighborhood services enforces.
but if the grass gets wore out or something like that, because they're not watering it and they'll put a good sprinkling system in there, then it will turn to dirt. So, you know, can we take a look at this as far as the things that we just brought up to see?
You can put conditions on your approval, yes. And I did want to mention that the dance studio next door, it is a legal non-conforming because it's in the R3 zone.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Well,
it is what it is, just historically. But yeah, you can put conditions on your approval.
Okay, well, I'd like to table this and bring this back with some, working on some of the conditions that we were talking about as far as the parking, and I'd like to look at the safety issue there with all the kids gonna be running around, because they've got that dance studio over on this other side, that's a bunch of young kids, and then this whole soccer field. I mean, at times, there are gonna be a lot of kids running around in this area with a bunch of cars.
Okay, so it sounds like you're making a motion.
Yes, I am. I want to table this with the condition that we take a look at some of the issues that we were addressing there with what's going to happen
Is that
with, and
specific
is there
enough?
ordinances?
The what?
Is that specific enough for you to work on? Do you
Yeah, I mean,
understand what you're wanting? them to
There's
do?
already shown a fence around the property itself. We can look at, you know, more parking. How much more parking would you want to require?
Well, that's something that you'll need to decide. I don't know what the occupancy is, but I'm sure they do that by occupancy, don't they?
Well, it's based off of permanent seating, and they did not provide any permanent seating. So the only building we have to base occupancy off of is the concession stand.
Well, we kind of know
That's why
how many people are on the soccer team. I mean,
and that's the gap in code. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if we need to put some code in there or something, I would hate to see a child get hurt or something
Right.
over in this area, and we're responsible for that. There is a problem there that I think that if we pass this, is going, I just think that somehow there needs to be something set up to where they keep these fields in shape to where that they don't get all dusty like the other field. I don't know what needs to be done.
So would you make the condition that the fields are irrigated to keep that down?
Well, I would think that if
And
they're going
then
to put
an
in
X
fields,
number of parking spots?
if they're going to put in a athletic field, then I would think that they would need to keep it irrigated and keep it up.
Oh, I think that'd be ideal, yeah.
I think what we've got to have here is an understanding specifically of what they're supposed to work on while we're tabled before they bring it back. And I don't think that I've heard specifics. Now, maybe they think it's clear enough.
Yeah, and if you want to put the condition on it that the fields are irrigated to, you know, keep the maintenance up, and if you want to say the parking lot needs to have at least X number of parking spots, that can be a condition with your approval. If we table it, I don't know exactly, like the mayor said, what we're needing to bring back.
I listened to my group, but maybe some other council members want to weigh in. I think that I don't want to kick a dead horse. Did you want to say something?
Let's see what Mr.
please?
Harris is wanting to say.
Oh, sorry.
I would say 20 parking spots.
Okay.
That ought to be 2 teams worth of parents.
Yeah, there's big soccer is 11 v 11. I don't know what age group this is, but usually the smaller the age group, the less on a team. But
Would you accept that friendly amendment, Mr. Hampton?
There's 17 there right now.
yeah,
Mayor-
there's 17 shown.
Mayor, can I offer an alternate? I think it would be prudent if we came back, if you directed staff to come back with a code change rather than arbitrarily applying standards that we may not apply to all. So I think that that's kind of what council's getting at, but not necessarily saying. So that would be my recommendation to this body.
Do I hear a motion to that effect?
Yes, you do hear a motion to that effect, and John, thank you for.
Okay, so we have a motion to direct staff to come back with a code change that will make this more safe and functional.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes. that is.
Second.
Yes. Is that an alternate?
Do I need to withdraw my
And for clarification, we're
didn't hear you
not
make a
passing
motion.
this as it stands, right?
I'm seconded on that.
Okay. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0.
Mayor, just for clarification, so this one is on hold until after the code change, is that correct? So this is on hold, this rezoning request is on hold until after the proposed code change? Okay. Okay, perfect.
The code change would require a public hearing and 20-day notice.
Yeah, okay, we'll get our notices and stuff done and go from there. So the next agenda item is not needed.
We need to table them or else we have.
Am I working now?
Yeah. Yeah, if you can just table the public hearing, because we no longer need this agenda item since we didn't pass the previous agenda item.
So we're going to have to renotice completely for both of them.
Before?
Is a companion item, yes, sir.
Okay.
We need to motion to table that.
Yeah, if you table it, then we don't have to do the renotice.
Okay.
If you
So
cancel
moved.
it, we'll have to renotice.
Okay, we have a motion to table to the corresponding date of the other item coming back.
At least
Is there a
20
second?
At least 20 days.
We have a second.
We need to table specific dates so she doesn't have to renotice.
We will have to renotice for the code change. That'll require a 20-day notice.
Okay, so it doesn't matter anyway.
Not necessarily, except for, we can double notice.
Okay, we have a motion and a second vote. Motion carries 7-0. We've already dealt with 25. 26, consider approving an ordinance pertaining to court procedure, amending section 91128, article 91, chapter 9, Lawton City Code 2015, relating to enforcement of fines and costs, imprisonment, work and community service by establishing community service hours may be credited toward fines and costs of various offenses, setting forth the credit rate, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date. Larry, are you bringing this?
Mayor, I'll speak on it first. So this was just an agenda item brought by staff. And really the intent behind this agenda item is to promote the community service and, to the extent possible, keep people out of our jails. So what we've done is we've raised the rate from $15 to $16.67 per hour credit that they would receive. The second thing that we've done is, prior, for some reason in our code, the only offense that you could do community service on was for littering. So we've now, with this change, that's available for all offenses under the code. And then we've made the Director of Parks and Recreation the supervisor of this program. He will report back to the courts. Under the old policy was Chief of Police. Chief Smith begrudgingly gave this up. He didn't want to, but ultimately he did, because he knew Larry was a very worthy supervisor of this program. So I think I've hit all the high points. Larry, did I miss anything?
No, sir, you didn't miss anything.
Okay, do you have any questions, council?
Yeah, I got a question.
Okay.
John, Larry, whoever. You mentioned all offenses. We're talking misdemeanor
Yes, sir.
offenses here, not.
Yes, sir.
Just for the clarity.
Yes,
so,
sir.
so offenses in our code. So yes, those are all misdemeanors.
Okay, thank you.
In city code.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
You make a motion to waive the reading of the ordinance?
I do.
And read the title only? Is there a second? Please read the title.
Okay, an ordinance pertaining to court procedure amending section 91128, article 91, chapter 9, Lawton City Code 2015, relating to enforcement of fines and cost, imprisonment, work and community service by establishing community service hours may be credited towards fines and costs of various offenses, and setting forth the credit rate, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. 27, consider repealing Council Policy 11-2, Community Service Program, and numbering it to Council Policy 9-4, Community Service Program, shifting its oversight from the Police Department to Parks and Rec Department, amending the policy to designate the Parks and Recreation Director as point person for community service assignments, and including reference to applicable city code sections. Larry Parks.
Sir, Mr. Mayor, City Council, we've already spoken pretty much on this. I'm looking forward to it. It'll help us a lot if you approve this.
And Council and Mayor, this is just making sure that the council policy is aligned with the current code change. We just want to make sure, this is just a or an administrative agenda item.
Okay. Linda.
Yes. Who actually remains with the community worker while he or she is working? Or is this an honor system or staff?
They will be supervised at all time by a supervisor, ma'am.
And we have staff to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And we discussed this earlier, and I was concerned about transportation of these people back and forth. We will not be transporting anybody.
No, sir.
They have to show up at the site on their own. We do not feed them. We don't have any other expenses involved, correct? Except
Correct.
for our supervisor.
That is correct, sir.
And Council, just for your situational awareness, state law requires that we maintain certain ratios of supervisors to trustees, and we will ensure that we're doing that.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
May I have a
Waive
motion
waive the
approved and a
reading.
second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Brings up item 28, consider approving an ordinance pertaining to revocable permits by creating section 20-1-101.1, Article 20-1, Chapter 20, Lot and City Code 2015, by establishing a section that allows certain improvements to be placed upon the street right-of-way and/or public utility easement without obtaining a revocable permit, providing for severability, establishing an effective date, and allowing for 4 amendments. Christie.
Good evening, Council. This had come to our attention. Basically, the United States Postal Service was redoing some of their cluster-type mailboxes in a couple areas of town. And because they were adding and modifying, they were having to come get a building permit to replace the concrete and so forth. And per our current city code right now, it says that if you're going to be in the street right away with an improvement, you're required a revocable permit. So this got us to looking that mailboxes are pretty much a requirement because of the community for having those mailboxes, and most mailboxes are built at the time a house is built. And so it never gets a revocable permit, but it's just kind of done as part of the building permit process. And so the only time we had done a revocable permit for mailboxes were the one-offs where people would come and want to replace a brick mailbox or maybe upgrade to a brick mailbox. And so we seen this was a little encumbersome. And so in order to be open for business, this code would allow mailboxes, driveway approaches, parking lot approaches to be constructed on the right-of-way and easements without having to go get the extra step of a revocable permit. We did put in here that it would still be required to get a building permit so that we can verify that these items are built to a certain standard because they are on our easements, but it would waive that additional requirement of a revocable permit as well.
Questions? Motions?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I move that we go ahead with this. We had that issue where we thought we were going to have to go to the federal post office somewhere to get a permit. So it really slowed down this process. So this is a good thing.
Waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only. Is there a second?
Second.
We do have a second. Please vote. Oh, please read the title.
An ordinance creating section 21101.1, Article 21, Chapter 20, Lawton City Code 2015 pertaining to revocable permits by establishing a section that allows certain improvements to be placed upon the street right-of-way and/or public utility easement without obtaining a revocable permit, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. John, would it be a problem for you if somebody made a motion to move 29, 30, and 31 to the next agenda, to the next regularly scheduled agenda? They're just reports. Okay, can I get a motion?
I know we've had folks waiting here the whole time to give that, but there's no reason why we can't give those updates next meeting.
Are they going to be they weren't going to wait anyway?
No, I don't think,
Okay, well, the council can do what they want. I'm going to recommend they move 29, 30, and 31 to the next agenda.
Who's waiting?
we have,
Are they fast?
Who's waiting?
we just have our staff, we have Kristen's waiting to give the finance report, we have
It's not
Jason
that we don't
Mansell.
like those reports, it's just,
So I'm just identifying that we have staff waiting, we can move them to next meeting, there's no problem with that.
I make a motion that we move items number 30, 31, and
29, 30, and
31 to the next agenda.
We have a motion to move to the next regularly scheduled council meeting agenda.
Exactly.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Uyghur. Williams. Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Hampton.
Okay, we are back from executive session. Can I have a motion to return?
I move that we return from executive session.
Is there a second? Second. Please call the roll.
Hampton.
Yes.
Uyghur.
Here.
Williams.
Here.
Warren. Hankins. Harris.
Here.
Chapman.
Okay, executive session item number 32, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B1, Title 25 Oklahoma Statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss possible candidates for the position of city attorney. That conversation occurred and no action is necessary.
Item number 33, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B1, Title 25 Oklahoma Statutes, council actually, there was no action done on this item, I don't believe, Mayor.
Okay, 34.
Item 34, pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma Statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss pending action with Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality concerning notice of violation issued by ODEQ to the city on April 18, 2024 in relation to the City of Lawton wastewater treatment facility relating to permit violations, ammonia, CBOD5 and TSS exceeded permit limits, dissolved oxygen below permit limits, discharge without a permit, and that conversation occurred. No action is necessary.
Item 35, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma Statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss pending action with Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality concerning notice of violation issued by ODEQ to the city on February 14, 2024 in relation to City of Lawton Municipal Solid Waste Landfill and fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2023 financial assurance mechanism update, local government tests not having been submitted by December 31, 2022 and December 31, 2023 respectively. Brief conversation occurred. No action is necessary.
Item number 36, Tim.
And finally, pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma Statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss potential litigation against real property owners of a recently demolished burnt nursing home located at 1301 Northwest Andrews Avenue. That conversation occurred. No action necessary.
Do I have a motion for adjournment?
Second.
A motion in multiple seconds. Please call the roll.
Uyghur. Williams. Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Hampton.